I, Robert Onsare Monda, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Could you tell the Senate what you do for a living?
Mr. Speaker, I am the current Deputy Governor of the Kisii County Government.
And are you a Christian, and what denomination, and a family man?
Mr. Speaker, I'm a Christian in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Seventh-day worship on Saturdays, and I'm a church elder in the same church for a number of years now.
Family? You are a family man?
I am a family member with a wife, adult children, and several grandchildren, Mr. Speaker.
Now, you are aware of...
Sorry, I have, Mr. Speaker, served as a member of parliament in the Parliament of Kenya, the 10th Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, in the same Parliament, I chaired the Health Committee, coming up with the Cancer Act, and also several other acts that we amended and proposed. Mr. Speaker, I sat in the Committee of Agriculture, I sat in the Liaison Committee, and also in the House Business Committee.
Thank you. Now, you know why you are here before the Senate?
I am aware, Mr. Speaker.
Could you confirm that you are aware that the allegations against you are what you summarized at page 6, and which is what you pleaded not guilty when the charges were read to you at the start of this session yesterday? Paragraph 6 at page E1, honorable members, it is in the Deputy Governor's bundle.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that I'm here on reasons of impeachment on the said...
Okay. No, so for the ground set out in paragraph 6, isn't it?
Yes.
In addition to that, you confirm that you were also notified of other allegations against you, and those are allegations brought through a memorandum from one Mr. Benson Nyakaga, and that you've referred to at paragraph 52, page E9.
Mr. Speaker, yes.
And that was from public participation?
Yes.
And you've summarized those allegations against you at paragraph 48 of your affidavit at page E8 to E9?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you maintain that all those allegations against you seeking your impeachment are not true?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, in support of your defense, you are relying on all the witnesses you've called?
Yes.
You are also relying on your affidavit, which you have annexed to the bundle and availed to the honorable members of the Senate.
Yes,
page
yes,
E1 to page E16.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You are also relying on your personal statement that was also presented at page 162 to 172.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You are also relying on the affidavits of Ann Misati at page 63 and the affidavits of Namuel Mwanga, Kennedy Kashaba, and Joseph Kwaro at page 118 to 120.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Together with all the annexes and the documents you supplied and the videos.
That is true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, now did you listen to the testimony by Mr. Joseph Misati?
Yes, I did, Mr. Speaker.
And you recall that Mr. Misati explained that some 250,000 was 251,000 was given to you from his cooperative account,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
and he referred to the M-Pesa accounts.
Yes,
You adopt that testimony.
I do adopt that testimony, Mr. Speaker.
You also heard him say how money was pulled from his wife, Ann Misati, to the account of his son, Dennis Misati, and then passed on to your account, being a sum of 249,000. Do you adopt that testimony also?
Yes, I do.
Then the claim is that you received 800,000. The total of those amounts come to 500,000. What is your position about the balance of the 300,000?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the balance of 300,000 is understood to me, and I do not know anything about it.
Did you receive any 300,000 in cash at your office at the stadium?
No,
by
never.
Mr. Joseph Misati and Dennis Misati?
No, Mr. Speaker, that has never happened.
Okay. Now, I just want to discuss a few things, then we move on. Could you confirm that at paragraph 16 to 24 of your statement, you have explained the issue of your receipt of the 500,000 that you just explained? Paragraph 16, page
E5.
Yes, page E5. To page E6. You've explained the issue of the sum of E5 to E6. You've explained the issue of the 500,000.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The same way that Joseph Misati explained, isn't it?
That's true, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so let me ask you a different question then from which the testimony which you adopted. Let's move on then. What was the money for?
The money, Mr. Speaker, that I got from Mr. Misati was a refund of money that I had given him earlier.
And when did you give him that money?
I gave him the money in October, November 2022.
And so before this Senate, your position is that you are getting a refund of your money?
That's my position, Mr. Speaker.
And you have explained that in your affidavit?
That's what I've explained in my affidavit, Mr. Speaker.
Particularly paragraph 23 to 24, you've explained that it was a refund, isn't it?
That is it, Mr. Speaker.
At paragraph 26, you've explained the owner of the 500,000. Who was the owner of the 500,000?
The owner of the 500,000, Mr. Speaker, is Mr. Joseph Doyle Misati.
It belonged to Mr. Doyle Misati. Did it belong to Dennis? Is there any sense in which you could say it belonged to Dennis?
I heard about this mention of Dennis and this money from this impeachment motion, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, did you see any documents to suggest that indeed Dennis, this was money from Dennis? Did you see any document or paper trail?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I want us to move at paragraph 24 and 25. You've made reference to the allegation that this story has been taken to EACC. You've seen that? That this allegation of you having received 500,000 or otherwise 800,000 has been reported to EACC. You've seen that?
Yes, I've seen that, Mr. Speaker.
What do you have to say about that allegation? Were you aware of any EACC investigations?
I have not been aware, Mr. Speaker, until this mention in
these proceedings.
Yes.
Okay. And have you been summoned by EACC to account for this alleged 800,000 or 799,000?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You have not been summoned. At paragraph 28, you've discussed 27, paragraph 27. You said that Mr. Joseph Misati came with his 4 sons to your place, isn't it?
Yes.
At whose request was the visit?
The visit was a request by Mr. Misati.
It was a request from Mr. It was not you who summoned them, as Dennis said?
No, I did not summon them.
Okay. And in that paragraph 27, you said Dennis and his 3 other brothers sat at a distance from you and Mr. Misati, Mr. Joseph Misati, isn't it?
That's true.
Do you have a rough estimate of how far apart you were?
Mr. Speaker, we are in two different houses that could be probably 20, 30 meters apart.
So, different houses and could be between 20 and 30 meters apart.
That's true.
Is there a point at which you were in a congregation of yourself, Joseph Misati, and the four sons? Together?
Together, when they entered my home, we sat in the main house, and when they were served with tea, then we moved out.
My question is, when, in the course of the visit, was there a point at which you were all together talking, discussing, anything?
No, Mr. Speaker.
No, at no point. And both Mr. Dennis Misati and Mr. Joseph Misati confirmed that, isn't it?
That's true.
Okay. Now, I'd like us to move on to paragraph 29 and paragraph 30. What is your answer to the question raised by Dennis that this money was a bribe?
Sorry?
At paragraph 29 and 30, Dennis Misati says that this money was a bribe. What do you, and later on said it is a facilitation. What do you have to say to that allegation?
Mr. Speaker, the two allegations are a new thing to me. I do not approve of it. I do not accept it.
Did you receive a bribe from either Dennis or his father or both of them?
Mr. Speaker, I have not received a bribe from my friend Joseph Misati, nor his son Dennis.
Nor both of them jointly?
Nor both of them, of course, jointly.
Okay. Now, as you can imagine, the county councils are waiting to deal with you on what you said at paragraph 28 and 31. I would like us to just look at that for paragraph 28 and 31. At that paragraph 28, you confirm that Mr. Misati mentioned to you that his son had applied for a job.
That is true, Mr. Speaker.
He mentioned that to you.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Paragraph 28 at page E6, honorable members in the DG's bundle. You say there was a conversation on that. Who initiated that conversation?
Mr. Speaker, this conversation was initiated by Mr. Misati.
And what was he saying?
He told me he has learned that there is a job coming up.
Okay. And
in a Wasco in Kisii.
Okay. And did you promise him that you would get him the job?
No, I didn't promise him that I will get him the job.
What did you tell him?
I told him, let him make whoever the son is to apply, and the right process be followed. Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Now, in the Hansard, page 189 to 190, you remember the long cross-examination from my colleagues on Mr. Misati. Page 189 of the County Government Bundle, Volume 1, is the answer of the events of the 29th, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I would like you to read the two last sentences at paragraph 190 of what you said you did in reference to Ms. Wahito, the CEO of Quasco.
Mr. Speaker, and I read.
Just read the whole paragraph. The governor's office. Okay, just start here.
Mr. Speaker,
You read from the last sentence at the bottom of page 189 into the first paragraph at page 190. Please read.
Mr. Speaker, I read, like any other leader, Mr. Speaker, this request came to me. Everyone everyone, honorable members, know that Lucy in Wasco would work under like any and many staff who work under the governor's office, where I'm also the deputy to the governor. And so I indicated to Lucy, asking her if they had such kind of jobs, and she said yes. A friend is making a request that he gets his son a job, like everyone of us here would do. And she told me, let us wait for the process, and if he qualifies, we shall not deny him the job, and the discussion ended there.
And apart from having mentioned to Lucy at this point in time, did you make any follow-up on it?
No, Mr. Speaker.
And Lucy said you summoned her to your office on 4th of May. What do you have to say about it?
I'm saying no, Mr. Speaker, I've not summoned Lucy to my office.
You've never,
I have not.
You did not summon her on this
No.
issue? Okay. She said also in her statement, what did she say in her original statement which you encountered at the county assembly when she called you after receiving the sum of 100,000?
Can you come again?
So when you went to the county assembly to defend yourself, Lucy had recorded a statement, isn't it?
Yes.
In that statement, she said she had called you after receiving 100,000. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to go to specific point at which she talks about the purpose of the money. She said she called you. What did she say was your reaction to that issue?
Mr. Speaker, she states verbatim,
Yes.
on the morning of 29th May 2023, I called the deputy governor and asked him what the money was.
Which paragraph is that again? Just tell the honorable.
This is on page E7, paragraph 38, honorable senators.
The deputy governor's bundle, sorry. So you've quoted verbatim what she says, and she said, in the morning of 29th, I called the deputy governor and asked him what the money was, but he kept quiet, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That was her original statement. Then she wrote another affidavit on the 9th of March and said that you told her that the money was in respect to the request for a job for Dennis. You remember that?
I remember, Mr. Speaker.
Do you agree with what she said in the affidavit?
I do not agree with that statement in that affidavit, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. And do you agree with what she said in the statement of 8th of February saying you kept quiet?
Mr. Speaker, I also don't agree that I kept quiet.
And what do you have to say? Do you remember that conversation occurring?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And what did you say?
I told her that that money was mistakenly, erroneously sent to her number.
Okay.
And asked her if she can send the money back. Do I continue?
Okay. And so then I would like us to move on then. So you told her it was an error, it was sent to her by error?
Yes, Mr.
It was
Speaker.
meant for?
The same money was intended to go to another person, Gladis Aminga, who does transport business and had given her an assignment to deliver building materials, and I was paying for the same, which money went to the wrong recipient,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker.
Now, then there is the story of whether or not you try to reverse the remittance. What do you have to say about that question of whether or not you try to make to reverse the remittance?
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to claim to be an expert in IT. I tried to do the reversal. I didn't manage, and I do not get a reason why I couldn't manage, and therefore I stopped it at that as I waited for the Lucy Waitho to return the money to me.
And did you eventually get the return of the money?
Sorry?
Did you get the money returned to you?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the money was returned to me.
On which date?
On the 30th of May 20.
To Lucy Wahito, sorry, to Aminga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Aminga.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Once I realized that I made a mistake and sent the money to a wrong recipient, I immediately remitted the money. Gladys Aminga needed that morning to deliver the materials we had discussed.
And you've explained those payments at paragraph 35 of your affidavit, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, could you confirm that those entries of the remittances to Gladys Aminga are in your M-Pesa statement at page 89 to 104, 89 to 104, at particularly paragraph 99 and 97? The sum of 100,000 plus 40,000 plus 65,000. In the Deputy Governor's bundle again.
Which page?
Page 99, or rather, yes. Page 99 and page 97.
This pamphlet I have here is not there.
I will use my bundle. Look at it. At page 99, is it true that you sent 100,000 to Lucy to Gladys Aminga at 8:03 on the 31st of May? Sorry, 40,000?
Yes, I sent 40,000 as a second installment, Mr. Speaker.
And the first payment of 100,000 was paid on which date?
I paid the 100,000 on the 29th of May at 9:17 a.m. in the morning.
You're referring to page 99, isn't it?
That's page 99, Mr. Speaker.
And then you made another payment, which is captured at page 97, of how much?
Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I made another remittance of 65,000 on the 24th of June at 13:21.
And all these payments were for?
These payments, Mr. Speaker, were for the consignment of materials that I wanted transported, building materials, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, what was your explanation for why you say you erroneously sent this money to Lucy when you meant to send them to Gladys?
Mr. Speaker, as I was picking the number to send the money to, I erroneously picked the one for Gladys instead of Lucy. One for Lucy Waido instead of Gladys Aminga.
And why did you make that mistake? What could be the explanation for that mistake?
Mr. Speaker, the way I've saved those numbers in my phone.
Could we go to page 117B? Page 117B of the Deputy Governor's bundle. Could you confirm what is that at page 117B? What is that at page 17B? Is that
These are the contacts, Mr. Speaker.
this is your phone book on your phone?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The way you saved the numbers?
Yes.
And could you confirm if the names of both Lucy and Gladys are there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Could you say, how have you saved the name of Lucy?
The name of Lucy is saved as CEO Wasco Lucy.
And the name of Gladys?
CEO Healthy Gladys Aminga.
How far apart are those two names?
Neighbors, Mr. Speaker, to one another.
They're next to each other.
Yes.
And they're next to each other. And what do you have to say about the first two initials you've used to describe them?
Mr. Speaker, I'd chosen to put the government officers in the same identity for ease of reaching their contacts. And so that is the way I'd identified them in my saving in the phone
As CEO, what is the meaning of CEO?
book. Chief Officer.
Chief Officer. And what do you have to say about the alphabet?
The alphabet, Mr. Speaker, after CEO is WASCO. That WASCO is followed by H, which is health. And so that is the reason why they are neighbors.
Okay. So your position is G for Quasco in Lucy is followed alphabetically by health in the name of Gladys, and which then resulted in the arrangement of the names. Now, I'd like us to move on to the issue of threats to Dennis Misati. Did you threaten Dennis Misati?
No, Mr. Speaker.
It is said that you sent the threat through his father. Did you tell your father? Did you tell Dennis's father to go and tell Mr. Dennis that you are going to do something against him?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You did not. Okay. And did you have any direct conversation between yourself and Dennis at any point?
I've not had any conversation, Mr. Speaker, with Dennis Misati.
Directly?
Never.
Okay. Now, we move on to the issue of county staff. It is said that you have county staff at your premises. Do you have them?
True, I have county staff.
Are you entitled to those county staff from your understanding of the HR manual at the county and SRC guidelines?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
How many people do you have?
I have what is my entitlement of 6 staff.
Yes.
Who are in my compound.
Yes.
One of them being my PA among the 6. And Mr. Speaker.
Okay, now let's move on time.
I also have enforcement officers to give security to my compound.
Okay. Now, did you assign yourself those staff, both the enforcement officers and the other 6 staff?
Mr. Speaker, I was guided to provide names for personal staff,
yes,
which I did to the County Public Service Board, and they were recruited. For the enforcement officers, Mr. Speaker, immediately we were announced as winners. I found some officers at my gate. I've never known how they were sent there, and I've only found myself comfortable that they are giving me the security I need.
You did not determine the people who came to you?
I've not determined the people who should come and the numbers that should come, Mr. Speaker.
But for the 6, you suggested the names and the Public Service Commission assigned them to you?
That's true, Mr. Speaker.
The issue of your brother, the arrest of your brother, did you get 20 people to go and assist the police effect the arrest?
Mr. Speaker, no.
And who effected the arrest?
I reported to the police and I left it at that. So yes. I expect that it's the police who arrested my brother.
And do you know where they were kept? Was it at the county cells or at the police cells?
That, Mr. Speaker, I did not get to know.
And did you take out an OB for your complaint?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did.
You have an OB?
Yes.
Okay. And do you... Okay, I will leave it there. Now, it is said that you use the county staff to feed dogs, to dig a well, to maintain dairy, and to do farming. Let's start with farming. Do you recall that your brother, after testifying, when he was being re-examined, said neither you nor him is doing any farming?
Yes, that he did, Mr. Speaker.
And is it true that you're not doing any farming?
Mr. Speaker, I do not do any kind of farming in my Kisii rural home.
But Mr. Matundura, your brother Robin, had said that you use them for farming, and then came here and said there is no farming, isn't it?
Yeah, he has those 2 positions, which I do not know how he will explain it.
Okay. The well?
The well, Mr. Speaker, I have not done a well in my home since I became deputy governor. The well I have was done in 2003.
Okay. And dairy?
I do not keep any kind of livestock, be it a dog, cat, cattle, name them poultry. Nothing in that Kisii home, possibly elsewhere.
Okay, and dogs? They were saying that you have some staff serving as cooking for dogs.
Mr. Speaker, if it were possible, I would have invited the House to visit our home. Even tomorrow, we go together with my brother leading us to show us the details of what he has shown, if it were possible.
Senior Counsel,
Sir.
your 30 minutes are up. I will give you 2 more minutes to wind up.
Can I request for 5, kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir? Kindly.
I give you 3 minutes.
Okay, let me try. Now, Mr. Dr. Monda, at paragraph 52 to, but at paragraph 48 and at paragraph 52, it is said that you should not hold office for various reasons. And I would like to just read what he said at paragraph 48 and then probably respond to them as a bundle. At paragraph 48, you say, so 48 is allegation that you are incompetent and have abused office, 1. Number 2, that you are responsible for an absorption of the budget. 3, that the budget was funded. 4, that there is non-use of senior staff mortgage provision. 5, that there is use of personal home for purposes of county functions, meetings, and files. 5, that you are not working with other leaders in Kisii County, and lastly, that you are responsible for use of unofficial personnel in county matters. You've seen that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. What do you have to say about those allegations? Let's start with the issue of incompetence and abuse of office. Do you admit that?
Mr. Speaker, I deny that I'm incompetent.
Why wait for a special occasion? Every moment is a pizza moment. No matter the day, no matter the occasion, the pizza inaweza deal is sure to elevate every moment. Save 52% and enjoy a medium-sized pizza
Welcome. Ime naisiko yorogongo rwagusi abasubati nabange bakora emeremo eri kagaire kobanero eyabasacha
Konya mataro musojo kaende musojo
nigo turatarira abasubati abaiga eri kumanya ninki gekogera bakora emeremo yiga eyo kagaire kobana eyabasacha umera nanche Dorcas muma asomo ere bomo kungostengo eri nkomanye amange kerali tukoria jumata Insa ibere chama baba imeyandizi TV editumumanye omukungu stengo ningo.
Womukungu stengo Jumatatu chinsa ibere chabutuko na Dorcas Kemuma. Obolemi nobonda nomurubiryo bw'ogwesemya nakwemanya iguru y'obolemi bw'ekerero
asa abalimi bonsi imeyaliro bali agusi nabeire ngo batebya nga obolemi nobonda naboigo obolemi nesiro nabeire ngo gotalia imeyaliro bali agusi gusangana gukwana mange obonda bwensi ya Kenya nigo bokorwa ase ebyonekawa echae gati ebinde binge
imanye obolemi bwa mugondo obutugi bwetugo na teknolojia yekerero y'abalimi bande bagendrete gutumika na Mildred Momanyi
igombwatie imeyo moroberi bwobolemi nobonda oyogo tera botambiri tukolia maine ense monenu sugo ikachinsa ibere chamagoroba ndocho koletera amangana mange igoro yobolemi nande nigongo gotebya nga tekana irio tware obolemi obonene elindo onyara ko bagokora obolemi nabo gotwara ikiginge gesinini kurinde okoro obolemi bosomete nando nyigotete ndagere yetio kebuya elinde linayo igwe obote bwoko yeria endagere yo niganeti egetunguo kore para igochigwerte nganyare boyekire chinsaga
obolemi nobonda Jumanne chinsa ibere chabutuko
naro Kiza ane mbwati tu ande baka somole mimo boli na ki akora mabera ya nyara ko baga gwansaiga
Gento tikerie kiya sense ye buna komenya buya kebochenu na kiyeko gere menyokuya
webwo buiga tutebe abantu abanene boka kusenone muntu ndi bwensi naba
muntu ndi bwensi nonya rero iga oiso konyora kwanyorire head
Sasa pneumonia ni infection yenye inakuja. Si ni infection ni kitu ni una breathe in hiyo bacteria. Alafu ukitibiwa inaenda inaisha kabisa. So haiwezi kukua transmitted kutoka kwa mzazi ikienda kwa mtoto.
Kira ritko ria ijuma gochaka chinsa ibere goika chinsa ibere ne nusu chia mogoroba no semi wa manke igoro yobochenu ubwo mubiro
igoro breast cancer screening inabo umuntu atakire kuyekorera every month siku ya 10 after period
ubwo bekara bwo gutira turi kunyara gukora mirimo yago na kiga kora togotena wabira umuchando gakarekera bwagutire turi kunyara gukora mirimo
umwana ataraike myaka 5 mutabwati kenda gwekorerere bweka nigagokorerwa so ibintu biri abareri bwo umwana bakomukorera karo moke na bibigo shape future yo mwana yo gujumuto
okomenyo kuya kebochenu ritukuri juma chinsa ibere chabutuko no moiroroye ritukuri juma 3 chinsa na Evelyn Osero
inyora obochenu bwo mubero na bwo obonda bwao
rumba.
Bwana mapambala tupatie nyama choma. Mtu mikono juu. Bwana mapambala tupatie kachumbari.
The really rumba nostalgia. Negi ntoko igukego swapaka the bone marrow. Yaso
Chinsa isano mibere nenusu chamobaso goika chinsa ikomi chamaroba na
7:30 mpaka saa 10. Licha emeburera. Utapenda rafiki yangu.
Utaipenda. Ya Dynapath nigebwate ebirenko byeigoro Parenka marweire bagotumia teknoloji yekerero nechi machine chekerero gwetera sobukori ya Kenya Medical Laboratory Tech and Technologies
Elaptech or Dynapath Laboratories itari itomunya adorchi kidneys kukumadorchi liver function
Nkuru baro bukoreri buna microbiology, clinical chemistry, hematology. Abo igokorenka amarwiri buna HIV, brucellosis, gose oburwiri bwa mabere, arthritis, nire imeyo mochobo songo, asamagacho asansora complex center of capital roundabout, angena National Bank, kusoba kiresini.
Majali afya yako, usigonje kuungua, sasa tutembelee
Dynapath Laboratories.
A legacy of excellence.
Umugusi bono eduka ya obwanjete ya Enokem nigo yakoretero bokoreri bwaye gesiri na muno banyore asoro segerwa buru yakegima orore image nsamu kiri cya yogo mbarabare na yogo primary nigo bakuru bokoreri buna burya bwo kubatuka kimbego go cya setugo yani artificial insemination aso kwenyorera embego iyo irageronyore tugengiya insira iyo wigo itali gwakona marwire ayirira natalira eduka ya Enokem yo mu cyobusongo iri kwenyorera amaryogo yo gusalira bimeri indagira neti supplement chetugo amaryogo yo gusalira ekenyambi chimbusuro amoyo ebicucu byogotuga egatiya yanda mange naboko banyora imiyo mu cyokisi asinyumbeli ya Kenyoro Farmers Cooperative Society iyira angena Market Plaza wigo urusegerunde nigorore mparabale na Shell Petrol Station imiyo mu cyokisi iyo yakarukiru Falcon Station wigo naboko bakira esimi Enokem Agrovet growing healthier future one harvest at a time. Ine kwa beri gukuriye kimashini chingia echura tumeka semirimo yao bono lichi buri yao nalieri etuka ya Gusi Star Shop ibyo gutoka imiyomo cyokisi nigo yakoletere kimashini chingia echo cyo gutumeka segeka aserigo lirigiya nigo bakone kimashini buna bono chitinga chi electric motors chi generator air compressor water pumps chi battery demolition breakers submersible pumps welding machines chi machine chogosona car wash machines electric routers diesel engines lawn mowers total tool and machineries chi engine egatie chi machine chinde chinyinge batalira seduka yabo imeyo mu cyokisi asebare nene kurutinsa mu cyakisi kogenda Kisumu azamagacho Agusi Plaza ground floor room number 6 wigo urusegerunde nigorore angene bengi ya Family Bank imeyo mu cyokisi naboko bakirisi migwetara stinamba cyabo Gusi Star Shop nidukore gene asoko gure bintu bigutumeka sege kegetambe asirigurirense agerera
enchera ya Himani Traders and Distributors nigekonie bintu au bigotumeka ase chiskuru amone chiabisi ase rigori rya mabuko ebyo bakonia ase enchera ya wholesale na boigo retail ngonia barechi calculator ebintu bigotumeka ase omuremo bw'esabu buna geometrical sets chirula egatie binde staplers ebitabu byogosoma na boigo ebyokorika chi dictionary chi files chi rim papers paints and modeling clay, chi tapes, chi manila papers, chi register chi aina au, chi notebook, chi kalamu, chi pencil egatie binde binke. Boigomba bwate chi stamp pads, net file chigotumeka ase chiabisi. Laboratory apparatus mbabwate buna chi microscope na boigo chemicals. Emepira na boigo chi net chi chigosori nchiraroro. Batarere ase duka yabo eyo gotoka mbarabare ne chiabisi chia NHF. Anginega taseni kia mabuta ye chigari kia rubis gosekyo kia manyekane tebu na kobil. Asa manke na wako banyora wetraste namba 0722946444.
We are Team Imani.
Mpendwa msikilizaji, ni Daktari Mama Nakaima, daktari wa mitishamba, daktari kutoka pale Ukambani. Kliniki yangu ama ofisi yangu inapatikana
Ndizi TV, Obwansu Bwomogusi.
Because the word culprit simply means a person in Oxford Dictionary. I missed it, but I apologize. Apologies.
Have you apologized? Did I hear an apology at the end?
No, he hasn't.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I apologize for using the word couplet.
Thank you very much.
And I will withdraw the same.
Okay. Senior counsel.
I, Robert Onsare Munda, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Could you tell the Senate what you do for a living?
Mr. Speaker, I am the current Deputy Governor of the Kisii County Government.
And are you a Christian, and of what denomination, and a family man?
Mr. Speaker, I'm a Christian in the Seventh-day Adventist Church, Seventh-day worship on Saturdays, and I'm a church elder in the same church for a number of years now.
Family? You're a family man?
I am a family member with a wife, adult children, and several grandchildren, Mr. Speaker.
Now, you are aware of...
Sorry, I have, Mr. Speaker, served as a member of parliament in the Parliament of Kenya, the 10th Parliament, and Mr. Speaker, in the same Parliament, I chaired the Health Committee, coming up with the Cancer Act, and also several other acts that we amended and proposed. Mr. Speaker, I sat in the Committee of Agriculture. I sat in the Liaison Committee and also in the House
you know why you are here before the Senate?
I am aware, Mr. Speaker.
Could you confirm that you are aware that the allegations against you are what you summarized at page 6, and which is what you pleaded not guilty when the
shall who work under the governor's office, where I'm also the deputy to the governor. And so I indicated to Lucy, asking her if they had such kind of jobs, and she said yes.
So to that extent, you made contacts with Lucy confirming whether the job was available, correct?
That I did.
Thank you. Did you have a look at Lucy's affidavit appearing at page 263 of the bundle of document volume 1 by the County Assembly? Did you not? Page 263. 263. Did you have a look at that affidavit, Mr. Witness? Page 263 of the bundle of document volume 1.
Yes.
You confirmed that you made contacts with Lucy, correct?
That I've said yes.
And therefore the averments contained in her affidavit that you had a discussion about it are correct, yes?
No.
To that extent, they are correct that you made contacts with her in that respect, correct?
To that extent, yes.
Thank you. When did you loan the 500,000 shillings to Mr. Misati?
In October.
Do you have the evidence of the loan that you advanced, or you only have the evidence of repayment?
No, I don't have.
What do you have?
For what?
What do you have? The evidence of loaning or the evidence of repayment?
I have evidence of repayment, Mr. Speaker.
And there is a glaring lack of evidence of you advancing money to him, correct?
That's correct.
And you had Mr. Misati claiming that in terms of your financial status, you are doing badly, correct? It was his evidence.
That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker.
Did you hear him state?
I heard him say that.
So do you trust his evidence anymore? To that extent.
In this particular instance, I do not hold to it, Mr. Speaker, that particular statement.
So are you disowning your witness?
No, I'm not.
So what do you want the Senate to treat that piece of evidence to the extent that you are a pauper?
You want a yes or no answer?
How do you want the Senate to treat that piece of evidence? And whom between you and your witness is lying?
None of us is lying, Mr. Speaker.
Yes?
Mr. Speaker, there is a general statement.
Mr. Witness, excuse me, Mr. Witness, I want you to take a deep breath and collect yourself and answer the question. Who between the two of you is lying? Your witness or yourself?
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm trying to answer the...
Go ahead. What is your answer?
Blocking me.
What is your answer?
My friend, Mr. Misati, while standing here as a witness, talked about problems of politicians, and he said most of them have challenges in terms of money. And at that point, he indicated that I may be one of them.
So I'm asking, who between the two of you is lying? You have not answered the question.
Lying in what?
Mr. Misati alleges you're not doing well financially. You allege you are very well financially.
I've not said I'm doing very well financially.
Thank you.
I'm saying,
let us go
like
to
any other politicians.
It's okay. You have answered my question.
As poorly as the others.
You have answered my question. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to refer the witness to the bundle of document by the Deputy Governor as filed at page 111. It appears a bank statement from Leah Nyachera Onsare. Do you know that individual?
Yes, I do.
Who is she?
She is my daughter.
Can you see entry dated 18th of August 2023?
Yes, I do.
What, in respect to these proceedings, is that entry or does that entry relate to?
It relates to a transaction between Mr. Misati and Leah Onsare.
Your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And you had Mr. Misati indicate to this as distinguished assembly that you're the one who requested him to send your daughter the 200,000 shillings, correct?
Yes, I did.
You still claim to be doing well financially?
I'm saying yes, I did.
You still claim to be doing well financially?
Yes.
Council, your time is up. The 15 minutes are up.
Well, I'm well guided, Mr. Chairman, but we have had a lot of interruption, Mr. Speaker, sir.
We stopped your time during the interruption.
At least, Mr. Speaker, sir, because he's a very crucial witness and he carries the crux of the matter. We would better also sacrifice our other 15 minutes and deal with the witness. If it's, because
can you give the council an opportunity to speak, please?
Because when you are dealing with our key witness, who was the Dennis, the defense was given sufficient time to deal with that witness. At least 1 hour they were granted. Even if we not get more than 1 hour, at least we just get 1 hour for dealing with the key witness, because this is a key witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Council, I may not be able to give you 1 hour. So, can you request? Should I give you?
30 minutes, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll try to do within the 30 minutes.
No, we cannot take too many points of orders. Huh? I have Senator Mugeni. I have Senator Cherargei. Those are the only 2 points of orders I'll take so that we can move on. Senator Mugeni.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, because this is a quasi-judicial proceeding and we want to be seen to be fair to both parties, and since this is the star witness, is the one who is actually trying to defend himself, interrogate all the issues and to also to give counsel enough time, I'll plead, Mr. Speaker, sir, to have been favoring one side to the disadvantage of the other side, Mr. Speaker.
So for the County Assembly had requested to waive their cross-examination, to waive. So if it is still their position, still waive cross-examining the rest, I think they had said 2 witnesses, so that that time can be added to the continue to receive the time that was meant for cross-examination to cross-examine the star witness, Mr. Speaker, because...
Now 2 more points of orders, and this time I'll take ladies. Senator Crystal.
Asige.
My apologies, Senator Crystal.
Apology accepted. Thank you very much, Speaker. I allow for the council to reserve his time from 2 witnesses that he said he would then instead use that time on.
Gloria.
Speaker, I am of the opinion that as much as Speaker, but 2 points have been raised prior on issues of technicalities, even from the County Assembly Speaker. And when we deliver were not followed well, or that people, for instance, the County Assembly side were under duress to yesterday till midnight, and I believe 15 minutes will be the difference between someone going to court to say that we did not follow the procedure. Mr. Speaker, allow for them to prosecute the amount of time that they require. And I believe they're only asking for 15 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Counsel, you had waived your time to cross-examine 2 other witnesses previously. I'm being informed you do have a balance of 15 minutes. You had already utilized your... give you a further 15 minutes to see if you can conclude your questioning.
We are most humbled, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay.
Madam Lucy Wahito. From your phone, how did you meet her? How did you speak to her?
Mr. Speaker, at the stadium where we meeting out there, the governor had a different function, and I met her in that function.
You met her in the function. You look at the pleadings of Lucy, Volume 1. Did you see that affirmance, paragraph 30?
Can you see which one? We are trying to look at it.
Of the affidavit.
Paragraph
13. Sorry, paragraph 5. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
The number 5, yes, I can't read the number, but I can see the bottom paragraph.
Yes. That the recruitment of the commercial manager was to you met Mr. Misati and the boys at your house, correct? It's the same time you met them, correct?
That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker.
Which month did you meet? Let's go to the May 28th now, because you have taken us there. Would you recall the events of May 28th? Events that relates to this?
Was a visit by Mr. Misati and his sons to my home.
How many sons were in the company of Mr. Misati?
4.
4 of them. Every time casual or usual for him to be accompanied by his... What's so unique about this meeting for the 28th of May that you'd be...
Speaker.
Thank you. Did you know that he was to be accompanied by his son at the time you were... Is it?
No, Mr. Speaker.
And prior to this meeting, had you met Dennis Mokaya Misati? Good and healthy friendship with the family, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
And for that you do not know his...
That's incorrect, Mr. Speaker.
So you therefore know Dennis, correct?
Mr. Speaker, allow me explain.
I'm asking, it's not...
Speaker, one of his sons lived that...
Do not speak the last 15 years apart from the 28th of May.
No.
You have never met him, right?
I've never.
And you are good... Your children? Up together?
Growing up together in... Yes.
It's only you, the father, a good father, a loving father who has not...
And I cannot speak that we have had
witness
with all the children.
I put it to you that you are lying, that you... Did you listen to the testimony by the father?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear that the father confirmed that Mr. Misati's children knows you?
Yes, that is said.
So who between the two of you is lying now?
None of us. Because if the children...
Page 87 of the Deputy Governor's bundle of documents. And as I deal with that aspect, Mr. Speaker, with paragraph 20 of his affidavit, Mr. Witness, it is in your evidence and testimony that you received 249,000 from one Dennis Misati, correct? I'm putting a question to you. I've not asked you to read. Did you receive 49,000 from Dennis Misati?
Yes.
Page 5 of his bundle of documents of the Deputy Governor's defense. Page 5. Yes? And it is your affirmance that he had received that money from his mother, correct?
Yes.
And that the 249 were meant to pay a debt that you had advanced to his father, correct?
True.
Had you previously, before this occasion, before?
We are in that kind of...
Had you advanced, yes or no?
Yes, I had.
How much had you advanced before, if you may remember? Before this occasion? But just give us a figure, approximately.
We have had exchanges of money, 100,000.
Yes, thank you.
Even
payment of that loan?
No.
It's an answer. Did you involve his children?
No. Mr. Speaker, I have...
What was so unique with this debt?
I have not had an involvement of Dennis from my end.
No.
I received my money from one Dennis. So he transmits to me.
It's okay.
Not...
You received money from Dennis.
I received money from...
And it is your affirmance, and you're trying to explain that the money was sent to Dennis by his mother. That is in your affirmance. Correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
That's correct. I got it from the parents. And
you got it from the parents?
Yes.
And so I'm asking,
Proceed,
through
Counsel.
affidavit.
Proceed.
You have averred through your affidavit that the money that Dennis received was sent to him by his mother, correct?
That's correct.
I'm asking a simple question. Previously, payment of his debts to you, correct? Correct or not correct?
Incorrect.
You involved them previously?
I've not.
So what was so unique that Dennis was on this occasion?
Said severally that it is not in my arrangement to have transaction of the money.
Thank you.
From his parents.
So did it bells to you that day that Dennis has now been involved in the payment?
No, I didn't find.
Did you ask Mr. Misati why the money is being sent by Dennis and not the mother? Did you ask or you never asked?
No, I didn't ask.
How did you transact with that money upon receipt?
Is your question complete?
How did you transact upon the receipt of the 500,000 shillings? How did you transact? Did you send 500? Did you?
Where is that?
But let's go first of all to the time that you received this money. Governor's bundle of defense. It bears the M-Pesa statement, page 99 of the Deputy Governor's defense. That is the M-Pesa statement. What time, how many trunks did you receive from Dennis Misati? I've led you, Mr. Governor, to page of your bundle of documents. Are you there?
Yes.
Can you see?
It was on 28th of May at 20:33. Correct.
What time was it? Was it during the day? Do you need any cash that day?
Of course, I needed my money back.
I'm asking not the money, and testified that the reason why the money was sent to Dennis was that he could go and...
Correct.
Where was it to withdraw the money?
What?
Where was he to withdraw the money?
Where? Of
Yes.
course, in the M-Pesa shop.
Where exactly?
Keumbu.
Keumbu. How many kilometers is it?
About 3.
About 3. Does Dennis have a car?
Dennis?
Yes.
That is said.
That is said, correct?
Yeah.
Did Dennis?
Yes.
And so the money was sent to Dennis that he could go. Correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
Correct.
So he was to run. Correct?
No, that I cannot.
Correct or not correct? It is you now, is your witness. I want you to confirm evidence. Correct or not correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So, repaid, met when you received from Misati, from Dennis?
Yes.
And what time did you receive the second bunch? Page 99.
Calculation.
Approximately 40 minutes.
I've already indicated I was intending to send money to Gladys.
Yes.
And by error.
What actions did you take? When did you notice the error?
Next morning.
The next morning, because you slept, correct?
Yes.
You confirmed that you slept. You confirmed that you meet after sending the money to Lucy. Correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
Yet I'm not saying I slept.
Okay, I lead you to the County Assembly Hansons. Did you appear before the County Assembly as I look for the page and confirmed that immediately you slept? Do you remember making that confirmation?
Can you take us to the paragraph?
Honorable Senators, I'm looking at volume 1, page 191. Where is answering my learned senior counsel question. The last paragraph, he says, I was due to give her 100,000 shillings, and as I did this, I erroneously picked the wrong number and sent the 100,000 shillings then. Then I slept without knowing recipient is a different person. Is that your statement?
That's my statement.
Did you take this statement on oath before the County Assembly?
Yes.
Do you still want to stand with the statement or you want to discount it now?
To stand with the statement, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Counsel, you know your time is actually up.
I am just about to be done. 5 minutes, Madam Speaker. Because for me to debunk the lie.
Counsel, I'll give you 2 minutes. You just maybe wind up with the questioning.
I'll try my best, but I'll seek your indulgence. Mr. Witness, look at where you sent money to Lucy, correct? At page 99 of your bundle of documents.
Yes.
Can you see at 23:57, you sent money to Wilfred Momanyi, 10,000 shillings?
Yes, I did.
Was it the same day?
Same day.
Were you asleep?
I slept.
Did you send the money while you were asleep?
No.
Thank you. Let's proceed. That is 2 hours later, correct?
But you know...
That is 2 hours. Excuse me, Mr. Witness, you're wasting my time. That is 2 hours later, correct?
It is 2 hours later, yes.
And on the following day, sorry, at the same time, you also sent your lost. You also sent money to one Joseph Aurora, correct? 3,000 shillings, correct?
Where is that?
That is the next day, correct?
Joseph Aurora.
The next day.
Next day is the 29th, yes.
You sent, had you noticed you had made an error that time?
I did not.
When you are sending 10,000 shillings to Wilfred Momanyi, did you notice that you had made an error?
No.
When you made an error, when did you realize you've made an error? After receiving a call from Lucy or your own volition?
It was Lucy's call.
It was after you received a call, correct?
Yes.
But on the same day, at 9:17, you sent 100,000 shillings to Gladis Aminga, correct?
Correct.
Had Lucy made the call at that particular time?
Yes.
Do you know what time Lucy made the call to you?
I can't recall the exact time, but Lucy's conversion here was to the effect that she called at 8 while in Kisumu.
So at this time, you had tried to make attempts to reverse, correct? When did you make the attempts to reverse the money?
When I talked to Gladys is when to Lucy is when I was
at 9, correct?
Yes.
Show us in your M-Pesa statement where the attempts to reverse the money has been captured.
I failed. I didn't make
Excuse
a
me.
attempt.
Excuse me.
It is not a capture.
Yes, we understand that you failed. And when you fail to reverse, you are given an M-Pesa statement or position.
That's what I'm
Excuse me. Let me put this into context.
And so can you allow him to answer? And that should be your final question, please.
Yes, proceed. It is your statement that you claim to have tried and it was not successful, correct?
Yes, that I've made it clear here in this house.
Which USDD codes did you use?
I've said I'm not an expert in IT, Madam Speaker, and therefore I was trying something I'd not done before.
Which procedure did you use in your trials?
I was trying to get somebody to assist me.
Who is that you tried to get?
The people who were in my compound then.
Yes, for example,
I didn't get one who could
we understand. You may name one person that you attempted to initiate.
One person?
Yes.
My wife?
Your wife?
Yes.
Is she conversant with the reversals?
That is where we got a challenge. She's not.
She is equally not conversant.
Yes.
Mr. Daktari, confirm that you are a real doctor and not an imposter. Yes?
Madam Speaker,
you don't understand small instructions.
Matters referred to here remain on the subject we are discussing. About my education, it is not a matter in.
But you are well educated, correct? You are well educated, no doubts, correct?
Madam Speaker, I would like to protest at the disrespect that has continuously been shown.
Council Kigen, you can resume your seat for now. Council Degwa Jiro, your time is up actually. We have indulged and overindulged on the cross-examination.
If you indulge me, I'll only ask one question about the phone book and I'll be done.
No.
Only one question. About the phone book and how the mistake is alleged to have occurred, and I'll be done, Madam Speaker.
Council, there was cross-examination on that issue of the phone book.
We have not examined on it.
So, Council, ask the final question and don't ask another question.
I'm well guided, Madam Speaker. Mr. Witness, let's go to page 117 of your bundle of documents, the volume from the Deputy Governor. But as we confirm this, confirm that these are an extract from which source? Where did you extract this information from?
From my phone, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Who extracted it for you?
I was assisted by somebody technical.
Somebody technical?
Yes.
When were you assisted?
When I was providing the evidence here.
Was this a document that was typed or you directly downloaded it from your phone?
It was done from my phone.
It was typed, correct?
Not typed.
Yes?
No.
Which date was it done? Does that document bear a date?
It doesn't.
Does it bear any print showing the source of the document?
Print? No, except for the names that are listed there.
Except for the names, correct?
Yes.
I put it to you that you are the one who did this to try and choreograph your story.
I'm not the one.
Finally, when did Lucy return the money to you?
Thank you, Counsel. That marks the end of the articles examination. This is now time for re-exam.
Madam Speaker, we had sacrificed, because at least there's something that has not yet come out. Gladys is alleged to have received money. We have not spoken about the story of Gladys. If you could just give us 5 more minutes and we can subtract from the balance of the witnesses that we have so that we deal with that issue. Because this is a very crucial witness. Remember, Madam Speaker, we sat through cross-examination of our key witness for 1 hour without interruption. But I'm happy by the magnanimous of the Assembly. Only 5 minutes, from which I'll invite my friend, Mr. Mutuma, to conclude.
Counsel, this is a time-bound process.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And you have been indulged over 5 times on your request for time. I think your frequent requests may not now be merging in with the time schedule that we have to complete the whole exercise.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I will now allow the re-exam to be done by the Counsel.
I am well guided.
What is your point of order, Senator?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think if I heard the Counsel clearly, he's saying that they are willing to sacrifice more minutes from the other witness. And if they think this is what is going to help their case, Madam Speaker, we would want to hear them. And also I would want to remind the House, if we are time-bound, we should also be thinking and knowing that also the assemblies are time-bound, if you know what I mean.
Senator Cheptumo, you have a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I also want to request you, because, Madam Speaker, if the Council for the County Assembly is ready and willing to surrender a portion of their time, and, Madam Speaker, they are saying that they have a critical area of their evidence to cross-examine this witness. Madam Speaker, I don't want the House to be accused. I know we don't have time, but it will be a big issue that they never got a time to finalize a small area within only 3 or 4 minutes. Madam Speaker, I plead that you consider your ruling. I want to support what Senator Kiambu is proposing. It should be fair for this House.
Because the issue is the same, I will allow one more intervention from Senator Enoch, and then I will make a ruling on it.
Madam Speaker, it is the same plea. Listening to the Council for the Assembly, they are not asking to spend more time than they have. They're just asking to spend their time differently. I had another witness here say it's the way he manages his finances. So they just want to manage their time differently. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
in view of the mood in the House and the fact that you will just take your minutes from another witness, I want you now to make a proposition on how many minutes you want to take from your other witnesses, and then we allocate you that to finalize.
Madam Speaker, you only take 6 minutes.
6 minutes, and Secretariat, will take away the 6 minutes from their other time schedule. Before you proceed on, Senator Methu, and in under half a minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll take a very little time. I thought as part of procedure, it is fair that the Council would let us know which of the witnesses they are taking the minutes from, so that we know specifically from whom they are taking the minutes from, so that we don't get the witness and then they backtrack they know what they had donated.
Senator Methu, to array your fears, I will ensure that we take out those minutes from either of their witnesses. We could even proceed from 3 minutes from each of the witnesses. He's taking 6 minutes, and the Secretariat can begin timing, and it will be strict.
Thank you.
Council General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When did Lucy refund the money to you?
Lucy refunded the money on the 30th of May, Madam Speaker.
From the 29th up to the 30th, did you try to call her to ask why she has not refunded your money?
Madam Speaker, I talked to Lucy and she told me she was at the airport in Nairobi landing for a meeting.
Yes, which day did you speak to her?
I'm explaining, Madam Speaker, that I talked to Lucy on the 29th.
On the 29th?
Yes.
Yes. And the money was refunded on?
The 30th, the next day.
I yield the witness to Mr. Mutuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good afternoon, Deputy Governor of Kisii.
Good afternoon.
I have 2 or 3 questions on one line of questioning. You allege that the money you sent to Lucy was meant to be paid to one Gladys.
Yes.
And that is Gladys Aminga, right?
Right.
You have also indicated that it was meant for transport.
Yes.
For a work that
yes,
she had done for you.
Work that was ongoing.
Work that
Madam
was
Speaker.
ongoing. Yes. You forgot to mention that the reality, of course, that Gladys Aminga is also a chief officer in the county government of Kisii.
That is true.
You left that out. Is it that you forgot or you conveniently left that out?
I did not forget nor intentionally leaving it out. Gladys Aminga was doing business as a person, and therefore she gave me a transport. I wasn't paying the government of Kisii.
So you
County.
and Gladys were in business, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And have you had the opportunity to look at the statement that Gladys wrote when you first dragged her name in the county assembly? Honorable Senators, I'm referring to page 315 of the DG's response. Have you had the occasion to look at that statement? Volume 1, sorry. It's our volume 1. It's at volume 1, page 315. This is quite crucial, Honorable Senators. You have the statement with you? Do you have the statement with you?
I have the statement with me, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Gladys says that on 28th of January 2022, your wife made a request for her nephew to be granted a tender to supply non-pharmaceutical materials. Can you confirm that?
I cannot confirm that, Madam Speaker.
You cannot confirm that? Gladys goes ahead to say that you called and forced her to grant the tender, and the tenders are cited and quoted at paragraph 317.
Madam Speaker, I request that we are taken through that affirmation.
It is at page 317 from page 315. Specifically, do you know one Osiemo Bernard Mogengo? Is that your nephew? Or the nephew to your
I
wife?
do not know that name.
You do not know that name?
Yes.
Do you know a company called Bisfarm?
I do not know the company named Bisfarm in this statement.
Gladys states that you influenced the issuance of this tender and promised that you would also give her an opportunity to supply you with building materials.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking that we be taken through that particular line where I'm being led.
All right, can you read paragraph at page 315, the paragraph that begins, I became the chief officer. Volume 1, Honorable Senator of the County Assembly's response. Page 315. First of all, confirm at the top, the person who swears that statement is Gladis Aminga.
Yeah, the name is Gladys Aminga.
Confirm that 0727455843 is the same number you sent money to, and that number belongs to Gladys. That number appears at the top, correct? Correct?
Let me refer.
That is the same number, correct? That is the same number, correct?
Yes, that's the same number.
Confirm that the designation of this person swearing the statement is Chief Officer, Medical Services, Public and Sanitation, Kisii County Government, correct? From the statement, correct?
Correct.
Can you read for us the paragraph that begins with, I became the Chief Officer on 28th of January?
I became the chief officer on 28 January 2023 after being competitively recruited.
Thank you.
By the
jump to the next page, 316. Begin with today, 29th February 2024.
Day 29 February 2024, while defending himself in the impeachment motion, mentioned my name by stating that he sent me money through M-Pesa in the month of May 2023. I wish to put the record straight as follows.
Proceed. Proceed, kindly.
What's this?
In the month
of May 2023, the Deputy Governor's wife, Joyce Monda.
Is that your wife? Confirmed for record purposes, Joyce Monda?
She's Joyce Unsare. She's not Joyce Monda.
But Monda is yourself, right? So it is correct if she is referred to as Joyce Monda.
Monda is my surname.
Proceed.
Who is known to me, called me and asked me to assist her nephew who had two companies in the supply of medical drugs and non-pharmaceuticals. She what?
Council, you know your time is up.
Yes.
The nephew by the name Musiemo Bernard Mogengo. Where do I stop?
I think you can stop there because the statement is clear and senators are able to read. That allegation is that the amount of 100,000 you're paying to Gladys was as a result of you allowing her to work for you in exchange of the tenders that she had granted to the nephew to your wife. What do you have to say to that?
Madam Speaker, I deny having knowledge of that kind of position.
Mr. Deputy Governor, Doctor, you were supplied with these documents in advance, correct?
No, Madam Speaker, these documents...
These are parts of the documents that the County Assembly supplied you with, correct?
No, Madam Speaker.
Are you saying that your council does not have a copy of these documents? Is that what you're saying? Because we know it is true and your council will respond. Have you made any attempt to respond to the allegations on that statement? You have not. You have not challenged that allegation that you had knowledge of, have you?
You want me to respond?
Yes, proceed.
Council, your time is now up.
Madam Speaker, She's giving direction.
Give your final answer on that.
Madam Speaker, on the date this is being made, this statement is being made, is the day I was undergoing the impeachment.
The question
on
was
the floor of the House.
The question was.
And it is referring to that impeachment process that I had mentioned her name.
The question is, have you responded to that allegation that you had knowledge of?
Counsel, can you let him answer?
Thank you. I just wanted her, Madam Speaker, to answer the right question, whether he has responded to these allegations, because he had knowledge of them. Proceed and answer. Kindly answer that question. Have you responded?
Madam Speaker,
have you responded? It's a yes or no?
No.
So Lucy was not the only person working with the county that you sought to influence. You've been influencing other county officers as well. That is all for this witness. Thank you.
Counsel Keegan, how much time do you need for re-exam?
Could I request for 15 minutes, Madam Speaker?
10 minutes,
Okay,
Counsel.
I'll try, Madam Speaker.
10 minutes.
Yes. I would like us to start with the issue of Gladis Aminga. Now, the first thing I would like to ask you is the question of whether or not you've responded. When were these documents served? Were they served, the statement from Gladis Aminga, was it part of the documents you were served with at the point of your appearance at the County Assembly?
No, Madam Speaker.
And they were served when this motion was presented to the Senate, isn't it?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And have you had an opportunity, an occasion where you could have filed a response to that statement?
There has not been any opportunity, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Now, I would like us to discuss the contents of that statement. My colleague repeatedly asked you whether it is true that you forced Gladis Aminga to give a tender. And the first thing I would like you to confirm, do you know this person mentioned in this statement? This Osiemo Bernard Mogengo, do you know him?
I do not know him, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker.
He's referred to as a nephew of your wife. Do you know that relationship? Are you aware of that relationship?
Madam Speaker, if he's a relative of my wife has not brought him to me for introduction, so I do not know.
Now, you've been asked also whether you know some two companies associated with that Osiemo Bernard, namely Peace Farm and Mobichem. Do you know the two companies?
No, Madam Speaker.
Now, you went through the statement together with my colleague on what he was referring to. Did you see anywhere where it is said that you forced her to give any tenders to anybody?
No, Madam Speaker.
Now, it is said that the payment was in consideration, the 100,000 was in consideration of having given out tenders. You remember that allegation? Now, you recall the question being put to you that it is alleged that you were sending this money because you had influenced some tenders. You remember that?
Yes, that was the question.
Now, What was the purpose of the 100,000?
Madam Speaker, the 100,000 was part payment towards transport services that I got from one Gladis Aminga for construction materials.
Now, I would like us to read what Gladys says and confirm whether she confirms that the payment was for services rendered.
Gladys says, and I read, he paid me through M-Pesa for the supply of sand and ballast. I have since learned that I made a mistake in giving the LPOs and I have never repeated. That is all I wish to state. That is Gladys Aminga.
And so Gladys Aminga very explicitly explains that the payment, the remittance of 100,000 was a payment for services of transport and supply of sand and ballast, isn't it?
That is true.
And that's what you are paying for yourself?
That's what I was paying for.
Does Aminga, to the best of your knowledge, say anywhere that you personally told her to give tenders to anybody?
Nowhere she said that.
Yeah, okay. Now I'd like us to move on to a different issue. You've been asked whether you are asked to confirm that indeed you had a conversation with Lucy about the employment bid by Dennis Misati. You remember that?
Yes, I remember.
And you said you mentioned it to Lucy.
I did mention it to Lucy, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Now, when you say, when you were taken then to the affidavit of Lucy, do you agree with the way Lucy has explained about that issue of how you met?
No, I do not agree.
More specifically, did you summon her?
No, Madam Speaker, I have not summoned Lucy for this kind of discussion.
For emphasis, in what circumstances did you meet Lucy at which you mentioned this issue?
I met Lucy in a function we had with the governor in the stadium where our officers are, and I mentioned this position by my friend Misati.
Okay, then it is said that you are struggling, you do not have funds, you are a pauper, and what do you have to say about that?
Poverty, Madam Speaker, is relative. It depends on who is suffering that. In the eyes of one, it could be I'm a pauper. In my own eyes, I'm an honorable deputy governor of the Kisii County.
Let's talk about more in terms of your circumstances. Are you able to underwrite your liabilities and obligations?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You are able to meet your obligations?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And in that sense, you are not struggling, or are you struggling?
I'm not struggling.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Joseph Misati chose to say that you are struggling, was that a communication you had passed on to him? Had you told him that I'm struggling, or how did that come up?
It's not my position. Mr. Misati made a general statement about his understanding of those of us, yes, of those of us who are politicians.
Okay. Now, questions were asked about whether or not you've involved children in repayment of your debts in the previous relationship with Mr. Joseph Misati. And my question is, on this day, did you know that Mr. Misati was coming with his children?
No, I didn't know.
You didn't know. And did you agree with Mr. Misati how the children would be involved in him refunding the money you had lent him in November 2022?
No, Madam Speaker.
Whose decision and judgment was it on how the money was to get to you?
It was Mr. Misati's.
It was Mr. Misati who chose how he wanted to send you?
Misati Joseph, yes.
Okay. I would like us to look at the Hansard, page 191, where you were asked about whether you slept after sending the money, page 191 of the Hansard. Now, it is said that after you send the money to Lucy, you slept, isn't it? And that's what you said at the county assembly, isn't it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, I want us to confirm if this is what is stated in the Hansard. On that evening, I had to pay a debt of the transport I had used to ferry some building materials to my home to one Gladis Aminga, who does transport business. So I was due to give her Kenya shillings 100,000. As I did this, I erroneously picked the wrong number and sent 100,000, then slept without knowing the recipient is a different person. Mr. Speaker, sir, the next morning before I took my breakfast, I received a call from Lucy informing me that I had sent 100,000. You can see that?
I can see that.
Now, does that statement say you slept immediately or that you generally slept that night?
I generally slept without noticing that error.
So your point is that at a certain point in that night you slept, but not necessarily immediately after sending the money?
That's the position, Madam Speaker.
And your statement then to the county assembly captured in that Hansard is not in any way inconsistent with the contention that you sent some money 2 hours after you had sent to Lucy?
That is true.
It's
Madam
not
Speaker.
inconsistent?
Yes.
Okay. Lastly, just for emphasis, or rather 2 questions. Had Mr. Joseph Misati visited you with his boys previously?
Yes, some of his boys, not all of them.
Not, but from time to time he has visited you with his boys?
That is true.
And so this visit, was it unusual in any way?
It was not unusual, Madam Speaker.
Both in terms of him visiting you and coming with his boys?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at any point pressurize Lucy that you needed a job for your friend's son?
No, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would like to leave my re-examination there.
That's okay. Is that all for this witness? We'll now proceed on, councils, senators, to raise the interventions or clarifications that members may have. The board is full with over 15 senators who are interested in asking for clarifications. I want to propose that we take 4 on this side and 4 on the other side. So let's begin with Joe Nyoto. Senator Joe Nyoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I just want to seek very short clarifications from the witness. And the first one is from the evidence of Joseph Misati, the friend. Misati went to the DG's home accompanied by his sons for that meeting where they had a separate meeting between him and Joseph Misati with the sons at a distance. The clarification I'm seeking is, why would grown men, the sons, accompany the father to a meeting with a friend to discuss matters that did not relate to the employment of Dennis Misati? That is one. Number 2, when the witness sent 100,000 Kenya shillings to the MD of WASO, or WASCO, and he says in his statement that this was sent erroneously. It was supposed to be sent to another lady who is a CEO within Kisii County government. It took 2 days. Would the witness clarify? Because the usual, everyone sending money through M-Pesa is once you send an amount of money, then you will receive a message from M-Pesa detailing whom you have sent it to. Is the witness truthful when he alleges that he did not discover immediately that he had sent the money to the wrong person? And even if he did, he alleges that he was not, he did not have the technical know-how to reverse the transaction. But ideally, Madam Speaker, one would call the person to whom you have sent the money erroneously and request them, especially because this is somebody that is well known to you, request them to send the money back to you, which did not happen until the following day when the MD called the witness herself.
Thank you, Senator Newton. Allow the witness to respond.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Misati Joseph came with his 4 sons, and at my age and his age, we thought, and it's normally the practice, that we leave the children aside and do business of your own. I did not have any special reason to accommodate the children in the discussions we held with Mr. Misati. When, question 2, when I sent money erroneously to Lucy, the MD Wasco, I've already indicated that I slept without noticing the error. The next morning, Lucy called me and told me about this money. I asked her to send back the money, but she told me she was already at the airport trying to fly out to Nairobi from Kisumu. And Madam Speaker, she asked me to reverse, which I've already indicated I didn't have that technology of reversing the money as that's been indicated. Madam Speaker, when she reached Nairobi, I talked to her, and she told me she was entering a crucial meeting she will transact later. On the issue of reversing the money, Madam Speaker, I came to learn when I received these statements in this impeachment that it was that Lucy, having received the 100,000 from me, immediately after spent 5,000, and therefore it did not remain, and I will refer the honorable senators to that page where Lucy has received the 100,000, and immediately after has drawn or paid out 5,000, reducing the money from the 100,000. I'm guided that if I tried, even if I would have tried, I'm guided by those who know that with less money than what I would have tried to reverse, the reverse would have not been possible. That's my response, Madam Speaker.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Madam Speaker, allow me to engage the witness. Very briefly, within 2 minutes, I'm done. His Excellency DG, what is the official title of one Lucy Waito?
Official title is CEO.
CEO.
That's what I know. Some people exchange it with MD.
What is the official title? She has a letter of appointment. What is she? Is she an MD? Is she a CEO?
No,
Is she
that
a
one I
CEO?
cannot take a position on which title
you
she
can't.
holds.
You can't. So, but you have saved her as what? Chief officer?
I've saved her as CEO.
Chief officer.
Yes.
And you're saying you made a mistake between Lucy and Gladys Aminga.
Yes.
What is the connection in the typing for either Lucy or Guasco, whatever it is, and Gladys and Amigo? Because you have to type for the name to pop up. What is the connection in the keyboard of your phone, because they are all the same? What is the alphabetical ordering of either of those names?
When you look at what we have attached there, Lucy and Gladys are next to each other.
Yeah, but you have to type. You have to type the name for the name to pop up.
I've indicated, Madam Speaker, earlier that I have tried to save staff of the county under an easier way of accessing them, and that's why I have the CEO, my own way of easily accessing the officers of the county.
Madam Speaker, we need your protection because I think from Kisii County, there are very many different ways of doing things. Now, this one has a different way of typing names on the keyboard, which is standard. It's a standard keyboard. When you type GWA, what's the connection between GWA and GLA? There can never be any connection.
I've indicated, Madam Speaker, that the way of CEO would bring all the officers.
I will
Then
rest my
the
case
rest of the names will follow.
The next
to make
question,
it easier for
Madam
me.
Speaker, so that we save on time.
That should be
The last question, yes. The last question. You erroneously, as you say, sent money to Lucy, and you don't realize that you have sent money until the following morning, which is questionable. But that morning, you are called by Lucy and she says, what did you send this money to me for? So at least you know now there is 100,000 shillings that you send to Lucy, which is your money.
True.
But you go to the bank and withdraw 130,000 shillings to send to some other people, and yet you have your money that is already with Lucy, which you can access and use for the same purposes. Why was it easier for you? You are saying you're not tech savvy, but you're able to withdraw money from the bank. You're not able to reverse money that you have sent. Are you being selective in your tech savviness?
Madam Speaker, I'm not being selective. If you read my statement correctly, the money I sent to Lucy was in my M-Pesa, and the money I sent that morning, Lucy told me I have sent her money, was still in the same M-Pesa. So I didn't go to the bank to draw any other money. I had some money.
The money is not in your M-Pesa now, it is in Lucy's phone. It's not in your M-Pesa anymore. You have sent already.
I had more money in my account that could be enough to send another 100,000. I didn't send 130,000 to Gladys. It's 100,000 to Gladys after I discovered Lucy had taken 100 that she had not refunded or returned.
Madam Speaker, I'm okay.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gloria Oruoba. In under 1 minute, and senators, if we could reduce our questions to only 2, it will help because there are very many senators who are interested in clarifying.
Thank you, Speaker. I only have 2 questions. Speaker, on the first one, when Joseph Misati was here and he was questioned on his relationship with you on a business level, he said at one point that you had an M-Pesa shop. I just wanted you to clarify, have you at any one point had an M-Pesa shop? And if so, would that then conflict that you do not know how to operate M-Pesa, particularly reversals? Then my second question is that on the assembly bundle, page 283 and 287, it is stated that The deputy governor was buying land at 500K per acre, which was negotiated down to 200K per acre to help the children. But in the sales agreement, it is written that you are to pay 2.8 million by the end of October, which you clarified that you are not able to pay. And then the question is, after that, you actually paid 500,000 to Joseph. So the question is, where did you get the money? Because those two are conflicting. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Give quick,
Madam
short
Speaker.
answers.
Madam Speaker.
Can I guide the witness? If you could give short, quick answers, it will help us to move faster. Don't give long narration.
Madam Speaker, I've never owned an M-Pesa business. What Mr. Misati Joseph averred to in his witness was his own M-Pesa business and not mine. Number two, the Honorable Senator has referred to a case that I've also seen in this House yesterday about an elder from Magenja Ward who was selling land that he had owned in Transmara, Naroko County. And Madam Speaker, she came to me and asked me if I can buy. When I attempted to follow up the documents, I realized this same land had a lot of encumbrances. There were people on that land. I don't know whether I call them squatters or what. And he wanted me to go and use an auctioneer to remove those people and buy that land. At that point, I said, I can't buy a case. I'm buying land, it's land, and not issues, fighting with people. And at that point, I said, we cancel this deal, Madam Speaker. That's where the story of land rests.
Senator Agnes Kavindu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is a follow-up question on the M-Pesa to Lucy. Madam Speaker, when he was giving his evidence, he said that he did not know how to reverse the money, and he was looking for somebody to reverse the money for him. And I'm wondering if he looked for someone for 2-3 days, and he could not get anyone who could reverse that money, even after Lucy had told him that the money was there, and after he had confirmed. Madam Speaker, this one raises a lot of questions. And number two, he talked of not knowing his best friend's children. And yet when his friend was giving evidence, he said that there is even a time he called him to go and fundraise for the children's school fees. Madam Speaker, I don't understand how I can be called by my best friend to go and fundraise for his son or his daughter, and I cannot be familiar with the same daughter. Thank you.
Witness, DG.
Madam Speaker, I've indicated that Lucy called me on the 29th, on the morning of 29th May. And that is the time there was this conversation on the erroneous sending of money. And she was on transit. I called her later when I asked her to send me back the money, but she was in Nairobi in a meeting. That is on the same day of the 29th of May. She sent me back the money the next day. So the issue of 3 days, Madam Speaker, does not arise. It is the next day. The next question.
The issue of children.
Familiarity of children. Madam Speaker and honorable senators, I'm very good at knowing the faces of people once well exposed to me. when I go to fundraise with my friend, I'm not fundraising with the children, it's the adults whom I fundraise with. We sometimes do these fundraisings, all of us, honorable leaders, honorable senators, with the people in the village, the invited guests, and therefore, we may have our children out there, some in school, some wherever they may be, and I will want to still remain that I cannot identify all the children of all my friends. It is not possible for anyone, and I will be lying if I said that, Madam Speaker.
Senator Charadike.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be precise with an eye of a military marksman. One, Mr. Deputy Governor, can you table your evidence? Can you table a phone as part of the evidence now so that we can cross-check those numbers that you're talking about, Wahito and Aminga? Number one. Number two, what is your relationship with other leaders in Kisii County? Number three, who ensures that there is proper budgetary utilization of funds in Kisii County? And finally, how do you feel that the father of Dennis, how do you feel that your brother testified against you? And how do you feel the father testified against the son, Madam Speaker, so that we get the feeling that is happening? And finally, what is your relationship with the governor, Simbarati? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, as I respond, I will request that where I miss some of the questions, the Honorable Senator would remind me. For tabling the phone, I will request your directions, Madam Speaker, that I'd left my phone with my security out here. If the Sergeant at Arms can get the phone for the view by the honorable senators. That's my request, Madam Speaker.
Sergeant at Arms, you can assist him so he can just open the page where the list of names was downloaded.
I have no objection, Madam Speaker, if they can be doing that. My relationship with the Kisii politicians is the next question. And Madam Speaker, I've been a politician for some time now. And I can confidently say I have very good relationship with my colleagues, politicians in Kisii. And in circumstances where we do not agree, we have sought to solve and make ourselves agree as politicians. I hope I've answered that. I have a very good relationship with my colleague politicians across the board. On the issue of who ensures the budget of the Kisii counties used, Madam Speaker, this, I referred to it earlier, but Madam Speaker, I will say it is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the county to ensure absorption of resources given by the government, the national government. The budget that you give us from this house is used effectively, Madam Speaker. And so that's my affirmation that there is a CEO to ensure we spend our resources. On the issue of Joseph Misati and his son, Dennis Misati, then the situation of my brother and myself. This is very unfortunate, Madam Speaker, that one family will have family members will have to move out of the family circles and come to solve their family disputes in the Senate. It is unfortunate, and I wanted to say here, Madam Speaker, I felt so much embarrassed that a member of the Parliament in this country will find his way, that's myself, for some reason, find a reason to come here and talk about family issues in the Senate. It is unfortunate, and I regret the situation, Madam Speaker, for both Mr. Joseph Misati and his son, and myself and my brother who was here yesterday evening. On the question of my relationship with my governor, the Honorable, His Excellency, the Honorable Paul Simbarati, I want to make it clear that we have had a strained relationship from the time we came into office on matters that are official. And indeed, I'm convicted that it is from that perspective that I am before this Senate today on a matter of impeachment, because of the official questions and discussions I've tried to hold with the governor, and we do not seem to pull together. One of them, honorable members of the Senate and Madam Speaker, is the question of the budget absorption, where for 2 consecutive years, we have remained number 47 out of 47 in development resource absorption. In the first year, we did 13.9% of the resource absorption. In the next quarter, the first quarter of this year, Madam Speaker, this financial year, we have done 1.7% resource absorption, and in the first half of this year, we have done 3.9%, and these are the areas of.
Let me guide you. You should be responding to the question you were asked. I feel you have not responded to it. Respond to that question, please. The last question, your relationship with the DG, if I got it correct, with the governor, your relationship with the governor.
Madam Speaker, I'm not hearing you. Maybe if they can raise the power for your mic, I can hear you.
Your relationship with the governor, that was the last question.
Madam Speaker, is the same question I'm dealing with, that the relationship between me and my governor has been deteriorating day in, day out as we moved through the period we've served in the Kisii County. I hope I've answered.
Yes, you have. Senator Asige Kegei Crystal.
Madam Speaker, sorry.
And before we take Senator Asige's question, you have the phone now. Open the page which was downloaded and attached to the document, and the Sergeant at Arms will present it to the Secretariat desk, the clerk's desk, and Senator Chiradige can have a look at it.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
It is your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I remember last night I was almost the last person to leave this chamber. Today I've been here since morning.
So have
and
the
other questions,
senators.
Let me ask my question, Madam Speaker, with all respect. And the people who are asking questions in the previous session, they are the same people asking questions. Just tell me why I'm here. Then if we can just have them to ask questions, then we can watch like others at home.
Senator Karungo Dhangwa, just on a point of information, you have been in the House, and that is that is a legitimate expectation of the people who brought you to Senate, that you should be in Senate attending to proceedings. You have been attending the proceedings, and other senators have also been attending the proceedings of this impeachment. And I believe all senators have an equal right to seek clarifications and seek questions. So we have used the board that has been showing us the names of the prioritization. So I would urge you, when you want to clarify, you always press your button early, so that, because we use it as a guide on the speaker's side. But having said that, we will bring up more senators who have not had a chance to ask the questions, but all are equally entitled. Senator Asige,
yes,
as the phone is making its way to the Secretariat desk.
Thank you, Speaker. If that comment by Senator Thangwa was directed at me, I have to assure him that yesterday I only spoke one time. So I'm not one of the ones who have spoken a lot yesterday. Speaker, I want to speak on behalf of the struggling politicians, because I feel like I am one, whereby if I were to be missing 100,000 shillings in my M-Pesa, I have to admit, I would definitely notice immediately. And that's where my particular question will focus. And I wanted to just engage the DG, if you would allow me. Mr. DG, could you kindly just clarify how you make M-Pesa transaction? Is it through the M-Pesa app? It's through the M-Pesa app?
Yes.
Oh, it is, okay.
It is, Madam Speaker.
Okay, great. So you are somewhat tech savvy, then that has been confirmed. I also want to just confirm the process through which you transact on M-Pesa, and maybe you'll agree or disagree at the end. Number one, Speaker, I'm aware that when you use the M-Pesa app, you have to choose the person that you're sending money to, the recipient. And the next stage is to put in the amount that you want to send. And the next stage is to put in your PIN. And then there is a pop-up that comes which asks you to confirm that those details that you have input are correct before you either cancel or accept that transaction, whereby you would have seen the recipient's name pop up on that, inaitwa hakikisho in Swahili. And then once you have, if you said accept, if you confirm that those are the right details, Speaker, you press accept, and then, as another senator has said, you'll receive a transaction confirmation with the exact same details, so that you can confirm that you have sent the correct amount to the correct person at said time. Now, with all of those different confirmation opportunities, I wanted to really clarify, because he uses the M-Pesa app, and you have to be tech savvy to use it. How did you not see those confirmation pop-ups that came through the M-Pesa app for you to confirm whether you're sending the money to the right person? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I've already affirmed that, I'm sorry, that I missed those pop-ups and sent money knowing that I've sent the money to the right person. I missed those ones you have named. I do not know how you send it. Mine is getting the name and the number, and then I send. So I missed that, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Senator Joyce Korir.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question still hangs on the M-Pesa transfers that the witness sent 100,000 to Lucy Waito, which was sent on 28, and it was reversed on 30th. That is barely 2 days later, Madam Speaker. I wanted to know whether there was an agreement between the Deputy Governor and Lucy Waito. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, there was no agreement between myself and Lucy Waito on anything unless clarified That is the way I got the question. There was no agreement. The position is send the money back, and she had told me to reverse. That is the position at which we left it.
Okay, Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohamed Faki.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is also on the same M-Pesa transaction. When you send the money on the, is it 28th? 28th
yes,
of
28th.
May, did you confirm that the money had gone?
Yes, the money went.
So, but you didn't confirm to whom it went. Is that what you're telling us?
I didn't read that name and get to know that it is where I was sending the money to. That is what I'm saying, yes.
Yes. So you confirmed that the money was sent to Lucy. Was it Lucy or?
Lucy.
That same evening?
That evening, yes, the money went to Lucy.
That same evening?
Yes.
But it took her prompting for you to realize that it went to a wrong person.
Yeah, I slept without noticing that the money had gone to the wrong person. So I woke up the next day, and this is when I came to this understanding.
But it is your evidence that on the evening you sent the money, you confirmed that it went to Lucy?
No. It was erroneously sent to Lucy. That's what I'm saying.
That's all.
Senator Mbogwa Mungai George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Deputy Governor, I'm following up on the charges of abuse of office, and I want to refer you to your affidavit, paragraph 59, A and B. You seem to suggest that your home is being used for official purposes without your permission.
Sorry?
You seem to suggest that your home is being used for official government offices without your permission. Is that true on point A, paragraph 59 of your affidavit?
Madam Speaker, can we go ahead with the question?
So you seem to suggest that your home is being used for official government business without your permission, because you are saying your input was not sought for. Is that true?
Madam Speaker, this is not referring to myself. I'm saying it's not my home that is used.
Okay.
My
Now,
home
on
has
B,
not been used by anyone for official functions.
okay, on B, you suggest that the governor's office is being used for official government business. Is there any government money which goes into the use of this office? Is there any money which is used for the government business which is being carried on in that office? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, that I will not be able to confirm if government money is being used. The only response here is that government business is being transacted in the governor's residence.
Senator Onyonka Richard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Dr. Munda, I have two follow-up questions. The question that you've answered about government business taking place, could you explain what that statement means? In other words, are you trying to say that each and every government transaction since the governor took over in Kisii County has actually been conducted, including cabinet positions, including cabinet meetings, and you as the DG were holding cabinet meetings in the governor's house? And if you can, I would hope you to explain what the government says in terms of where the governor or the president, which place should they operate from. The second issue, question I want to bring you, Dr. Monda. Madam Asigi raised a very interesting question, but I thought, and I'm not on a fishing expedition, I thought you got confused. Do you know the difference between an M-Pesa app and M-Pesa Kawaida?
Madam Speaker, I may be lost between the two.
Yeah, can you explain if you can? Lastly, this money that you sent erroneously, have you ever sent any other erroneous money to anybody at any one time? And did you get a reversal, and how do you claim that money back? Thank you.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I may start with the M-Pesa. I'm lost between the M-Pesa app and the M-Pesa by the Senator Onyonga, what he called M-Pesa Kawaida. Madam Speaker, I may be on the Kawaida M-Pesa because I have not heard the difference between the two. I will have to refer when I leave this Senate. And so, on the matter of reversal, what did you ask?
I asked whether you have ever sent any other money other than this money to anybody else before this exercise started or even now.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've done. M-Pesa is a continuous process by everyone of this era. And so I've sent and lost. Sometimes I've lost the money, and sometimes get the money sent back. I have succeeded to get the money back. This happens all the time. And I think my considered opinion is that it is for that reason that the Safaricom decided to have and even sending back. Madam Speaker, on the first question, the Honorable Senator has asked me to explain a little. All I know, once sworn into government, we are expected to transact government business in designated areas, gazetted areas, such that the Senate will conduct business in the designated Senate, as an example, Madam Speaker, and this assembly. But in my case and the case, and this was in the presence of my Super Senator Richard Onyonga, we did the swearing in.
Just to guide you, we do not have any super senator.
Okay,
they are all senators.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw that and replace it.
Honorable Senator is the official title. Can you continue with the answer?
Yes, Madam Speaker, once we were sworn in, the previous was of course available, but we did not occupy that space, including my space as a deputy governor. Grounds that my governor will want to do renovations to those offices before we occupy them, and therefore we had to start operating from the holding rooms of the Kisii Stadium. And we've remained in those holding rooms in the stadium until today as I speak here. Madam Speaker, if I were to be impeached by this motion, I wouldn't have stepped into the official gazetted governor's offices in Kisii as at now. And after a short while, Madam Speaker, at the stadium, my governor, His Excellency Mbarati, decided to start conducting government meetings in his own residence in Motonto village. And this has remained the position of the Kisii County government over many years without imputing any wrong motive, Madam Speaker. We have found ourselves in a situation where even the Judicial Service Commission visited Kisii, and we were required to go to the rural home where we went and we held that meeting there, and it was painful for me having the Judicial Service Commission conducting an official meeting in a private residency. Madam Speaker, this is the scenario in brief in Kisii. The CECs will find their way to that home every day. The chief officers the same, and the directors the same. Madam Speaker, at some point as I raised this matter, I started getting excluded from attending those meetings, and without getting, and totally not getting information that there is any meeting going on anywhere where a deputy governor can also attend. That is the scenario in Kisii. I wanted to stop there, hoping I've answered the Honorable Senator's question, inviting this Senate to visit Kisii and see by yourselves, Madam Speaker, that that's the scenario we are in Kisii County.
Thank you. Senator Karungo, you'll be the final one, then you'll take a direction on the remaining. We have about 17, and we'll have to take a direction on how we go about it. Meantime, Senator Karungo, very quickly. And
thank you. Mine are very brief, Madam Speaker. And I would start by asking the Deputy Governor, Mr. Deputy Governor, why would your brother be so bitter with you that he would want you to lose your seat and go live with him at your father's house, at your father's farm? The second question, yesterday I asked Dennis a question, and I asked him if he got a job after giving the 800,000 bribe, would he tell anybody, would he go to the police? And his answer was no, I wouldn't have gone to any police, I would just be enjoying my job. Now, in that line of thinking, would I say Lucy Waheto, would I be right to say Lucy Waheto also came here because probably you did not give him all the money that he wanted? Probably you did not give her all the money that she wanted. Out of the 800, maybe she wanted 400. You gave her 100,000. Then there were 2 days of, are you sending more? Are you sending more? And then if you're not sending more, I'm going to refund the money. And that is exactly what happened. Would I be right to say so?
Madam Speaker, I will start with that last question to say no, the Honorable Senator will not be right to say so because we've not had a discussion with Lucy Waheto beyond the erroneous transaction of money. The other one is about my brother, and I've said it's a sad scenario that the entire happening is simply intended to drag my name through the mud. That's all I would want to say, Madam Speaker, that my brother is in that pain of not supporting me in the past in the elections, but I've continued to win. And after the elections, my brother has not been happy, and he believes the campaigns continue beyond the time we were elected. And so he'll wish that I'm impeached for him to feel better, because I would have lost the seat I won against his wishes, that I don't. You refer to the Kisii elections, you will see many clips showing how my brother campaigned hard against me, but then I flawed them, and those who are flawed will always be looking for grounds to continue fighting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we have now finished the slots that we had allocated, but I have about 17 requests for senators who need clarifications. We have to take a direction because we have 5 witnesses who still have to give evidence, be cross-examined, be re-examined. So what is your point? The points of order, I want a direction as a House, whether we add 3 slots. Yes. Senator Methu, and then Senator Osotsi. Raise your point of order. Resume your seat. I invited you to the dispatch box. You move first.
Madam Speaker, I think you directed that Mr. Monda's phone be checked to confirm the phone list attached on the documents. I think we need to dispense with that because the document raised a lot of concerns from the members and from the council as to its authenticity. And also, understanding the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act, particularly Section 23, that talks about false publication of computer information. So I think that would be a very crucial aspect to deal with before we proceed.
See, I give the direction. I had directed that the phone on the page which has been downloaded and attached the documentation be presented to the clerk, and Senator Cherarigi, who had raised that issue, was to be there to see that page. He's not in the House, so I'm holding it. It will still be done. What is your point of order, Senator Medal? So I've given direction, it will still be checked.
Honorable Speaker, since you had already given direction that you shall take 4 from each side, I think it is fair that we stick to that direction that you had given. But I would be of the proposal, Honorable Speaker, because we have, I think, 5 more witnesses, that for the rest of us who are on that dashboard, because I know I'm one of them, that you give us priority in terms of getting clarification from the other witnesses that will be coming, so that then we can be able to avoid the question that had been raised by Senator Karongo Lango of the same people speaking over and over, that when we get the next witness, then we can get another 8, then we remain with a few more others, so that everybody can be able to speak to this matter.
Senator Hamida, on a point of order only, then I give a direction. We take consensus and...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to request if you could give us, a few of us who have not talked, at least more time. At least give us 20 minutes for each side, so that at least we can proceed. Because he's the main witness, then at least we have not exhausted our questions, kindly.
20 minutes for each side would be too much for both sides. Honorable Senators, we either take a few more or proceed on with the witnesses and give priority to the senators who have not clarified anything in the next batch. Senator Mohammed.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I think the direction which was given was that the DG's side had 3 hours to present their case together with the cross-examination and conclusion. Maybe is that now, has not now changed, because I've seen we did about 2 hours in the morning and I've done another 2 hours now. And it should, the way we are managing our time, I don't think we are going to conclude this matter
That's definitely the
before
concern.
midnight.
That is definitely
Yes.
the concern.
So
hear.
you need to give direction, Madam Speaker, so that we know the time frames of what we are doing, because yesterday there was a time frame which was presented and accepted by the plenary. And now we are digressing from that time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mohammed. I'll take one more point of order, then I give a direction. From Senator Roba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Considering the Deputy Governor is the key person and the issues that have been raised around, his removal from office, I think it's only fair if, even if you limit the time, the senators that want to raise some questions to the Deputy Governor be given, even if you limit the time to one question in that regard. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, in view of the time constraint, but noting that this is a very key witness and the impeachment is on the Deputy Governor, I will give an opportunity to 3 senators on this side, 3 senators on the majority side, a total of 6 senators, and each should take only 1 minute. Beyond 1 minute, I'll request the clerk to switch off the microphone so that we do it under 10 minutes or 12 minutes and move on to the other witnesses. Senator Enoch.
That's well guided, Madam Speaker. But then, in the same breath, then you should also require of the witness to also respond decisively to questions without expounding on anything.
Honorable Senators, I want to request and we guide that even your questions be precise, don't give a narration or 2 paragraphs of a background. Just ask a specific question and the witness is duly guided to give specific, precise answers to the questions that are asked. If it's a question of yes or no, just say yes or no. And I will now request Senator Seki to ask the question. He's not there. Senator Boni Halwale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Deputy Governor Robert Monda is my friend. In fact, I'm the only one in this House who was a colleague of his in the 10th Parliament. Listening to you, my old friend and colleague, your fate is going to turn on your word against the word of your own witnesses. Young Dennis Misati has told us that and proved that he gave you 500,000. You have refused. Your word against his. Joseph Misati has said that you went to him for money, you were broke. You have refused. Your word against his. Gladis Aminga has a document here where she demonstrates that you are doing business with her. You have refused her word against yours. And finally, Lucy Wahito has demonstrated.
What's your question, Senator Boni? It's over, it's 1 minute.
On page 264, that she you are innocent by telling the House, do we believe you?
Witness.
Madam Speaker, to answer these questions, from my friend, the Senator Alwale, Mr. Misati, as
What's your point of order, Senator Wakoli? Use the dispatch box. Senator.
Honorable Speaker, is it in order for my senior brother, Mheshimiwa Boni Khalwale, to already show signals that he's already making decisions and judging the innocent doctor without the due process coming to a conclusion, Honorable Speaker? Let us be impartial as honorable senators and allow the defense and the accused to come on board and elaborate themselves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The witness, following the point of order, let me give a direction. The witness can concentrate on the question that was posed in the last sentence, whether you should be believed or the other witnesses should be believed. Just that bit.
Madam Speaker, there have been a mention of several names of witnesses who have been here. Dennis Misati, against the word of his father, Joseph Misati. My affirmation is that Joseph Misati and myself are on the same page. And so we have not pulled in different directions, and I hope my friend senator is listening to me. So Joseph Misati are talking different language with the son. And it's not me who has said we are not talking the same language with Joseph Misati. Misati refunded my money, and that's our position, the two of us. Gladis Aminga have not deviated that I gave Gladys Aminga the contract to deliver building material to my home. That's the position I've taken, and I paid what was due to her. Lucy, the Wasco MD, we are on the same page that I sent money to her erroneously, and she refers the money to me. There's no more that she has said about me, other than that she has two statements. One, she says, I said nothing when we talked on the phone on the same money, and on the affidavit she said something else. So I've not deviated from what all these witnesses have said. I have a position about them.
Thank you. Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bonadiji, the young man, Dennis, really broke down. They lost the family business, and the wife also had a miscarriage. Are you really conscious? Is your conscience clear that there was no fraud by promising this young man or by extorting money from him to get a job? That is one. Just the second one. There's been so much...
Leave it at one question, Senator Hamida, for this last session. Just one question.
Just one more, Madam Speaker.
Leave it at one question. Everybody needs a little
chance
to ask.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So then, Dennis Misati broke down. I was here yesterday, and I saw it. But again, Dennis Misati was on record that he has not talked to me any one time about the job he was looking for. He got all the story about the job from his father. The father was here today morning. There's no way I can know that Dennis sold a business or suffered any loss, yet the connection, the only link between me and Dennis is the father, who has witnessed today in the morning that he's not privy to any business lost, nor Dennis having money to come and give me as a bribe, or he was calling it something else, not inducement, something. And so I cannot speak for Dennis Misati. He can only speak about his father, through whom he indicated he got every communication from me.
Senator Derito John Kenya.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the county, DG is number 2 in command. Madam Speaker, he is telling us that he sent money erroneously to a person he has saved as CEO, who is a junior officer in terms of command. Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to understand, how was it so hard for that officer to reverse or to send the money immediately, which ended up taking 2 days? I had listened to him saying the officer said he could not reverse the money immediately because he was in the airport. Then from the airport, she entered a very serious meeting. Madam Speaker, I am still not understanding. That's the only part I'm not getting. I need clarity.
DG?
Madam Speaker, that is very true. Lucy is a junior officer in the company where she works, a company created between the Kisii County and the Nyamira County. And Madam Speaker, she works under Board of Management. I am the Deputy Governor. If indeed I was to look for jobs from the board, sorry, I then should have been able to reach the Board of Management, because that's where the marks for anyone looking for a job is awarded. It's not at the CEO. So, Madam Speaker, this assertion, to me, I find it far from what it should be. I want to talk to the management board. Madam Speaker.
Can you make your answers precise and short? That's what we guided.
I stop. He had mentioned, the senator had mentioned something about the sending of the money. And Madam Speaker, I've already mentioned here that from the records that are in these bundles that are before the Senate, I realized that Madam Lucy Waido used the same money that she was supposed to reverse immediately on the 29th morning. And so even if she was to reverse the money, she didn't have the same money to reverse to me until the 30th when she finally reversed the money and on some kind of loan. And if that loan we call what? In M-Pesa. Fuliza, if that Fuliza was there on the same 29th, then why did she leave herself to be below 100,000, which she was reversed to me? I hope I've responded.
Senator Betty.
Is it Betty Moteto or is it Beth?
It's working.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine is just a quick one. You said that the 100,000 you are sending to Gladys was for services rendered to you on transport. Have you brought any evidence to show that there's either an invoice or a demand notice, either on phone or written to you, demanding that, that payment, please?
Madam Speaker, I don't have those documents, but from the statement given by Gladys, she is confirming that she transported the materials as my affidavit was also indicating. So we are in agreement with Gladys that she transported materials for me, and that is in a record in the documents before this House.
Senator Mudigi.
Asante, Madam Speaker. Yangu ni machache. Bwana Deputy Governor, we ni mwenye county na unajua sina sote zile siko Kisii. Mambo ya pesa kutumia mtu na kurudishie, hiyo kwa mimi ni vitu imefanyika kwa muda mrefu na bora pesa ilirundi. Lakini mambo ya hizi pesa zingine nataka kuuliza Bwana Deputy Governor, wakati tulikuja Kisii juu ya wafanyikazi kulikuwa na shida nikiwa mmoja wa lipa wafanyikazi wa lipa, unajua ile mambo yote iko Kisii ambayo ni mzito sana mkafuta watu. Lakini nataka kuuliza hakuna njia ndio hii mambo isifike katika kaunti ya Kisii na pia ifike hapa, hakuna vile hapo mbeleni ungejua vile utafanya uweze kumaliza hii maneno kabla haijafika hapa pahali tumefika. Asanti, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, this matter has been speeded up very quickly by I will call it my CEO. Is part and parcel to this movement, this impeachment, so that I'm gotten rid of because of the issues I'm already raising on the management of the county. And so it could have been managed if we sat together as the leadership. But I've got my CEO who will also determine whether that kind of meeting can take place or not.
Senator Okoiti Andrew Mutata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Your Excellency, Deputy Governor, I have just one small concern that is disturbing me. Yesterday, a video was played here of a very, very poor lady who makes her living, who ekes out her living by selling mutura, accusing you of having taken money from her. And there were many others who came up. But I'm taking that particular one because it's the one that seems to have evidence that it was made at the public participation, during a public participation forum. What would be your response, or did you have a chance to respond to that allegation? Because for me, for somebody poor claiming that you took so much from her is a very, very painful experience for me. And that for me is one thing that's going to guide my decision.
Madam Speaker, the clips that were played in this House, the Honorable House will notice that all of it ran around the bursary, that I have been soliciting for bribes to give people bursaries. Bursaries in counties have committees that run bursaries and not the Deputy Governor. Madam Speaker, you get a report of Kisii. The last bursary given was, in the last financial year, was 3,000 shillings per student. What kind of sense would it make if you get a parent bribing a deputy governor 12,000, 20,000 to get 3,000? Does it make economic sense? Does it look like there is something happening? Madam Speaker, these clips played here were all choreographed to simply implicate me, where they have been indicated to have been taken. You will get in the same report you have. For instance, Masimba, I'll quote Masimba. Masimba is the headquarter for Masimba ward. In the report, it's indicated when the team doing public participation reached there was nobody to attend the public participation. But at the end of the report and the clips played here, Madam Speaker, I realized that there is a gentleman who is a border rider, whom I know in person, whom we have taken food together in my house, claiming to have come to my home, to me to get bursaries. Madam Speaker, I've never sat anywhere in a committee releasing bursaries to the beneficiaries. I've never. This was simply meant to augment the claim that Monda takes bribes, and that is what was done. If you look at the timing of the public participation, yes.
I want to guide you once again. You keep to the question and give short, precise answers to the questions.
Okay.
So rest it there. Senator Paris is the final question, and then we move on to the next witness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I want to put it to the DG that his friend Joseph Misati had said that he's financially struggling. And in that case, could this be the reason why the DG is soliciting money in order to assist in the job placement of Misati's son, Dennis?
Madam Speaker, I've responded to that question earlier separately, that that affirmation was generally done by Mr. Misati, that politicians have their challenges in terms of resources and the kind of work they do. He also then said he will expect that I'm also one of those who are suffering in terms of resources. No, Mr. Misati did not speak for me that I'm asking for money from anyone, and I've not asked for money from anyone to solve the challenges that are financial for politicians, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senators. I think, unfortunately, we have to move on because we have 5 other witnesses who have not given evidence, and the Senators who have not found time now, you have an opportunity in the next bunch. So the DG's team, the Honorable Deputy Governor's team, who are you calling next?
Madam Speaker, we are calling next Honorable Lillian Gore. And Madam Speaker, I just wanted to indicate that considering the constraints of time, we are electing to drop 2 witnesses, and we will be calling, apart from the next witness, we will be calling 2 more, and then we close.
That is very good. We appreciate that. So let's have the next witness, and that you save our time on questions. The witness may take the stand and be sworn in.
Which faith do you ascribe to? I'm a Christian. Christian. So you take an oath for affirmation? I will take an oath. So when the speaker calls you to take the oath, you count the Bible on the letter.
Counsel, how much time do you need with this witness? We hope it's below 30 minutes.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will take 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
But my colleagues have 7 minutes in cross-examination. They gave up their 7 minutes.
Yes, we are aware of that. The Secretariat marked it.
Madam Speaker, if you may allow me. We give our time for 2 witnesses. Only 2 witnesses are the ones that we waived our right of cross-examination. And therefore, if those 2 witnesses then are not appearing before the Senate, it then discounts our arguments because they are not coming. We only dropped 2 witnesses, which my learned friend has also agreed to drop, not this particular witness. And then.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the election on the time they gave up was for 2 witnesses who are named, and they're still coming. So the 7 minutes that were ambiguous will now count to this 3rd witness.
Counsel, proceed with your witness. Use your time wisely. Those decisions will be made by the chair.
I, Lillian Anyango Gore, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect of the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Lillian, maybe you can just introduce yourself to the chamber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Lilian Nyango Gor. I serve in the Kisii County Assembly, both as a member of County Assembly and I also sit in the County Assembly Service Board, representing the Minority Coalition.
Yes, Honorable Gore, you saw an affidavit that appears at page 204 to 206 of the bundle labeled DG.
Yes.
That is true?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'm referring to this bundle. Yes, I'll take you quickly to your first assertion at paragraph 3 of that affidavit, where you say that you opposed the motion for impeachment on procedural and substantive grounds.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was part of the proceedings on the day the motion was moved, and yes, I did stand and I had the privilege, the Speaker gave me an opportunity, and yes, I did oppose on grounds that the motion had not been properly placed before the House, and that there were other substantive grounds that would not then allow the motion to be fairly administered before the House.
Okay, I'll take you to the notice of 13th of February. Yes, it appears at page 6 of the DG bundle.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm there.
You can see that notice. This is what was presented before the County Assembly.
Yes, this was a notice presented before the County Assembly on the 13th.
Oh, it's page 5, not page 6, page 5. That's the one dated the 13th of February.
Correct.
Okay. Was this the sum total of the notice that was served upon the chamber?
Yes, Madam Speaker, what appears on page 5 of the document was what is the notice of motion that we received in the County Assembly.
Were the signatures and any supporting evidence produced?
Madam Speaker, on the day that we had this as a notice of motion, we did not have the opportunity to see, neither did the Speaker refer to any signatures on that particular day.
Okay, and this is a notice that started these whole proceedings?
Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, from your knowledge as a member of the County Assembly, was this notice up to par? Was it in accordance with your standing orders?
Madam Speaker, both our standing orders and Section 33 of the County Government Act directs us on what a notice of motion on impeachment should be, and it specifically refers to 2 items, the grounds and particulars of the motion. And therefore, what we had on the 13th was the grounds, and we did not have an opportunity to go through the particulars of the motion.
Thank you. Just in the emphasis of time, I'll now move you to the Hansard with regards to the 21st of February. It appears on volume 1 of the County Assembly's bundle. Yes, I'm referring to which page of that particular bundle? The numbers are at the bottom.
Kindly clarify which page you're referring to.
The numbers are at the bottom, where we have Henry introducing, Morasia introducing a motion.
Council, can you guide on the page?
It's page.
Okay, this is 122. Thank you.
It's at page 122 of volume 1.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. Can you explain to the Senate what motion the majority leader moved before the County Assembly on the 21st of February?
Yes, Madam Speaker, from the page 122, it says, it was an adjournment of debate on motion on removal from office by way of impeachment of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of the County Government of Kisii, moved by our Leader of Majority, Honorable Muraja.
Yes. I now ask you to look at that answered. Was that motion allowed? That motion for adjournment? As a member of the chamber, maybe you can inform the Senate. Was that motion allowed for adjournment?
Honorable Speaker, usually when a motion is moved, we expect that it is seconded. Thereafter, a question will be put by the Speaker, but here I'm not seeing any member of the Assembly who did this second the motion.
So the motion in question was not seconded?
Honorable Speaker, no, it was not.
Okay. And was that motion then debated?
There was an attempt, Honorable Speaker, there was an attempt to do a debate.
Was it finally passed?
No.
Did the adjournment happen?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, at the end of it, there was an adjournment as per the communication that was from the chair on that particular day.
Okay. Now we'll move on to this public participation we've been informed took place at the instigation of the County Assembly. It appears at page 56 to 58. The report appears at page 56 to 58 of the DG's bundle, the other bundle. This is a submission from the public participation. You can see it?
Yes, the page 56, the document is headed Submission on the Public Participation.
Yes. Who is this submission from?
The document is dated 26 from Benson Nyagaka Masario.
Misario.
Yeah, Misario.
Yes, have you had a chance to go through this particular submission by this citizen of Kisii?
Yes, I have had an opportunity to go through this submission.
Yes, you've seen the issues he raised with regards to the county executive.
Yes, quite a number of issues were raised.
You've referred to these issues in your affidavit?
Yes, I've referred to a number of them, Madam Speaker.
I'll take you to the first issue you've referred to at paragraph 7 of your affidavit. And this relates to the senior staff mortgage.
Yes, I'm there, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Who gave directions or who initiated this senior staff mortgage that you refer to?
The senior staff mortgage facilities is a directive of SRC, and that was communicated through a gazette notice, and that is a benefit that is, anybody who is a CEC, a deputy governor, or a governor within our country, Kenya, is eligible to have access to it.
Yes, did the County Assembly of Kisii then operationalize a senior staff mortgage?
Yes, Madam Speaker, the County Assembly of Kisii, because it is mandated to approve any borrowing or borrowing arrangements within the county, then went ahead to approve a borrowing of about 90 million to senior staff for mortgage facilities that then would facilitate the actualization of that SRC notice, gazette notice.
Have these senior staff been able to enjoy this fund that you dispersed?
To the best of my knowledge, no, they have not.
Why is this?
Part of what has happened is that the process of approval, instead of being domiciled at the committee level, as was approved by the county assembly, the process is no longer with the committee. It is being discussed elsewhere, and that has hampered the process of getting access to the mortgage.
Okay, this elsewhere you refer to, where is this elsewhere you refer to?
Currently, one of the CEC did confide and say that the document is not within the executive's office. It is stored within the governor's palatial home.
Okay. Now, on that point, we can move on to the next issue, which is the use of the governor's home as an office. Yes. Is this a fact you have personal knowledge of, that the governor actually uses his house as an office?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I've personally received an invite to go and have an official meeting and discussion within the palatial home.
Okay. Is this a known fact in Kisii County, that this is his office?
Yes, it is a known fact. In fact, we have had access to videos going around in the social media confirming that the governor is comfortable with discussions on government matters being held from his residence.
Okay. In the interest of time, we'll move on to this issue of ghost workers. Yes, you indicated there were media reports about 13, 14 ghost workers.
Yes, we did receive, first of all, one of the few things that were done the moment we got the new government, procedurally or in way of caution, instruction was given to a body that was then supposed to evaluate into HR issues and many other reports, including pending bills. And this information was communicated to us in one of the forums in the stadium when the executive said that there are issues within the county that will be resolved by a few of the instructions that he has issued.
Yes, was this report or from this investigation, was there a report that was produced?
At one point, I saw on social media information that there is a report, but as a member of County Assembly, I haven't had access to the report, neither do I know where the report is. And we as an assembly have not discussed the report at all.
So it has never been tabled before the County Assembly?
Madam Speaker, no, it has not been tabled.
Okay, which ties into our next issue, which is this Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board case that appears at pages 192 to 187 of the DG's bundle. Did this case arise out of this alleged hunt for ghost hunters, for ghost workers?
Madam Speaker, what I'm aware of is that in the social media there was an official document from the county secretary that was going around, and it was indicating that about 700 workers had been given show cause letters. Quite a number of them were coming from were members of the KMPDU organization. And therefore, because they had received the show cause letters, KMPDU as an organization therefore went ahead to find a way that they can support and have their members listened to.
Yes, did this case therefore cause the county to utilize funds to defend this baseless case?
Madam Speaker, yes, the county had to defend because the respondent was the county.
And this is tied in with this unknown report on ghost workers?
Yes.
Okay, I'll now take you to pages 158 and 160 of our bundle. And these pictures we saw of MCA votes with regards to the motion that was before the County Assembly. Yes, we start at page 158.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes, you can see this is the ballot. You can confirm this is a ballot you had with regards to the impeachment motion before the County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm this is a sample of the ballot paper that we had there.
Yeah, you can confirm this is a staff ID for one Karen Nyamoita
Madam
of the
Speaker,
County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, I can confirm this is the ID.
And you can
of
confirm
one
that
of
is
the
her
honorable
picture.
members. Yes, this is her picture.
Okay, and that there's a similar picture of a similar MCA at 159. And their ballot?
Council,
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You have 5 minutes, and time will be strict, so you condense your questions to what you truly want to get.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Yes, and you confirm that's the same case at page 160?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Why would members of County Assembly take photos of their votes and distribute them in this manner?
To the best of my knowledge, members of County Assembly were avoiding instances of being de-whipped. And members of County Assembly have previously had instances where if they act against what they have been instructed to, then they face being de-whipped from committees, and they face very grievous challenges within the Assembly. So I sympathize with these members. They may not have been happy to do this, but they were just making sure that their life is safe.
So they were acting under instructions?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is all for this witness. I'll hand you over for cross-examination. Madam Speaker, maybe now we can take directions as to the time.
I'll give directions. 2 witnesses have been dropped, which saves on time. But we are still not doing too well on time.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
So I will allow cross-examination by counsel. How many minutes do you need?
2 minutes.
Oh, good. Let's have the cross-examination in the 2 minutes.
And the rest I'll reserve to use in my submissions at the closure. Good evening, Mheshimiwa.
Good evening, Wakili.
You have referred us to page 157, 158, 159, 160, yes?
Correct, Madam Speaker.
What is the source of this information? Where did you get this from?
I have read it from here.
Where did you get it from?
I have read it from here, sir.
Madam, just answer me the question. Where did you get this information from?
I got this information from this bundle.
From this bundle?
Yes.
Do you know its source?
I got the information from the bundle.
Do you know the source of this information?
The source is this bundle. That's my understanding.
She's given an answer. You take that.
Are you trying to say that the Senate has been sitting for the last 2 days over 48 hours in vain?
That's not my testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Any re-exam? I believe you'll take a very short while.
Yes, Madam Speaker, just one question.
Proceed.
Yes, Honorable God, is this the first time you've seen those photos?
Madam Speaker, I have seen these photos on MCA WhatsApp platform, Kisii County MCA WhatsApp platform also.
Thank you, Honorable God.
Senator Methu, do you have any interventions or questions?
Just a clarification from the witness. From your evidence this afternoon, you say that for the best of your knowledge, the photos were being taken by the members of the County Assembly because there has always been consequences if they are not made, if they do not vote in a certain manner. I would want, especially the whipping. I would want to know from whom do these instructions come from, and what are the instances, to the best of your knowledge as a member of that County Assembly, that people have been de-whipped for voting in a certain way.
Madam Speaker, we have 2 members of the County Assembly who are currently de-whipped from their committees, and they belong to the ODM party. These members also share the same political party with our Excellency. These members have no the platform to be able to contest that which is happening. Currently, we have a member who has gone for 8 months without an allowance. An MCA only earns 89,000, and it is fully committed in mortgages and loans. And as a member who sits in the board, County Assembly Service Board, I have received several complaints, and I have had to go and extend and sit down with this member who has suicidal thoughts because of that matter. And that is why I thought it is wise that I will come and testify about it, because it is something that is close to me, but I have no control over it.
So that I get the answer to that particular question, I'm not asking a different question. Is that for the 2 members who you say one of them has not had a salary for the last 8 months, is it then as a consequence of a vote that he or she ever took? And as a member of the board, it is then puzzling that you're the person that processes salaries for the members of the County Assembly.
Senator Medhu, did she talk about salaries or allowances?
Well, let me say benefits. Let me use benefits. I think that would make more sense. That she has not been able to be enjoying benefits for the last 8 months. Is it because he or she ever voted in a certain way, that member from the ODM party?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason as to why members did this was because they did not want to go against instructions. One of the instructions, or one of the things that this honorable member who has gone for 8 months without salary, is because he went and talked against the position of his leader within the party. So yes, we fear that when we do anything against that position, we are victimized and we are sent away from the assembly. Despite the fact that the standing orders say that a member should be at least in one standing committee. This member we are referring to is not in any committee. That means that even the people, because this is an elected member, even the people that have sent him to the assembly have been denied an opportunity to have their views presented in the assembly.
Senator Eric Mogeni Okong.
Yes, Mheshimiwa, you know, as we sit here so that you assist us with information that will help us make a determination that is fair and just. And on the 4 counts that the Deputy Governor of Kisii County is facing, I've listened to your testimony and I've not heard you respond to any of those 4 charges that are facing the governor. So do you think what you have told us this afternoon is relevant to the business that is before us? Number 2, I've read your affidavit. I think it was sworn on 11th of March, 2024. And all the things you have said about MCAs who have in the past been threatened by the governor, who have lost certain positions, 2 of them you say, some who have lost, who have been punished by being denied their allowances. All that information appears nowhere in your affidavit. Is it that you have just had an afterthought, or how come you didn't include such crucial information in your affidavit? As I said, ours is to get evidence that assists us in arriving at a determination relevant to the charges that are facing the DG of Kisii County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Senator has asked me if the information is relevant to this distinguished assembly. Yes, to the best of my knowledge, it is important and relevant to this assembly. One of the items that was presented through public participation was the observation of this and whose content I'm referring myself to. And if this was a matter that was then referred to the Assembly, courtesy of a public participation activity, and these are observations that have come from the people of Kisii County, then the people of Kisii County's views are relevant in this observation, unless we want to believe that the views of the people of Kisii County are irrelevant for this discussion. Part two, the information appears right now, and it was not part of the affidavit. Honorable Speaker, I was responding to the questions as presented to me by by Wakili, and I was expounding as he has requested me to expound. Thank you.
Senator Kisang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, mine was a query on, the witness before us should focus on giving us evidence that will assist the DG to be saved or not, instead of focusing on the fight between the deputy governor and the governor, because it's not going to help in any way. That is what I just wanted to. This is not clarification. Basically, I was doing an intervention because of that, so that at least, we don't waste a lot of time on local politics. What is before us is the County Assembly of Kisii impeached the deputy governor, and this house, we are determining whether they were right in impeaching him or not. So the witness is supposed to help us, to give us something that can assist the churches of this house. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kisang. Senator Mwinyi Haji Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Lillian, you belong to which political party?
My party is Kenya National Congress.
Kenya National Congress.
Correct.
You are therefore in the opposition as far as the Kisii County Assembly is concerned.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I represent the minority coalition.
You represent the minority.
Yes.
And it is your evidence that you oppose the motion procedurally and on substantive grounds, but your opposition was defeated.
Yes, Madam Speaker, in my own right, I did oppose, and I think it's also part of the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Gloria.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted a clarification from the member of County Assembly. You say from your submissions, it seems that you do not have confidence in the institution that you present, that is the County Assembly. Would I be right to say then that you also take the same position with the earlier submissions, that some of the part of the answer are not correct?
Madam Speaker, I'm confident of what the County Assembly does. I have reservations for decisions and a few things that are not done procedurally. And I did raise them then, I still raise them now.
So, Madam Speaker, just for everyone to be clear, are you here as a member of County Assembly or in your personal capacity?
Madam Speaker, I'm here as a member of County Assembly and in my personal capacity as a resident of Kisii County.
Thank you. That's the end of Senator Sifuna. You just pressed your button, right? Should be
yes,
the final
Madam Speaker, I was not going to say anything to this witness, but there is an allegation that has been made, and I wanted to know from the witness if there is any documentation that you've presented before the Senate with regards to your averment that members of the Orange Democratic Movement Party have previously been punished for going against a party position. So you would have to show me that party position and the MCAs that were affected. Do you have any such material before the Senate today?
Madam Speaker, I know and I can name 2 members of ODM party who have been disciplined, but Madam Speaker, currently I do not have any document I brought before this House.
Senator Chute, that should be the final intervention, then we proceed on.
I don't have anything for the Madam Witness, but I have a question for the legal counsel for the Deputy Governor. From yesterday till today, the issues that are before us are what Dennis has said, Lucy, and the Deputy Governor. And I want to believe that the issue of influencing employment by the Deputy Governor is very clear. The Deputy Governor has agreed that he has asked Lucy to employ Dennis. Number two, the transfer of funds. As Dennis has said, it is very clear that transfer of funds were transferred. Dennis transferred 49,000, 150,000, and lastly, he transferred 50,000 at 2043. So at 21:24, which is 41 minutes after Dennis has transferred this amount of money, the Deputy Governor transferred 100,000 to Lucy. So looking at Article 75, Madam Speaker, will I be wrong if I tell the Council, 71B, a state officer shall behave whether in public and official life, in private life, or in association.
Good afternoon and welcome to this Senate live proceedings. This being an afternoon sitting of the Senate on the 14th of March 2024. The House this afternoon is continuing with the hearing as well as finally determining matters to do with the proposed removal
of Kisii. And the ruling of the Speaker shall be final. Now, looking at the time, this is 6:30. Councils have not made their closing submissions. We have not retreated to plenary for senators to make their final submissions. Madam Speaker, if you read the affidavit of Mr. Thomas Obare, and I've really nothing against my good friend Thomas Obare, he's making allegations touching on issues of budget as passed by the County Assembly, that is paragraph 8, how a budget was passed and how the governor conducts.
On which page is that document?
That's at page 198.
198.
Yes, it does not make any response to the 4 allegations that are facing the deputy governor of the county of Kisii. If you go to paragraph number 9, which is at page 199, it says, paragraph 9, the governor has refused to settle pending bills. If you go to paragraph 11, it is talking about militarization, radicalization, gagging of Kisii County youth, etc. If you go to 12, it's talking about
the governor or the deputy is fighting who and who. It has nothing to do with the 4 charges that we have, Madam Speaker. So please, I urge you, if possible, and not because we do not want to hear the witness, just in the interest of time, if possible, if we can forego this witness.
Honorable Senators, let me give a direction on this matter. What's your point of order, Senator Sifuna? That's the final one, and then I'll make a...
To be very brief.
I'll give a direction.
So that we guide. And I know that as my senior, I really have a lot of respect for Senior Counsel Katwa Kigen, but he should also be honest with the House. Madam Speaker, you've been referred to certain paragraphs by Senior Counsel Kongo Mokeni. I want to refer you to paragraph 5 as to why these witnesses are being called. These witnesses are not being called to answer to any of the 4 allegations. They are being arose from public participation. If the counsel for the governor, deputy governor, and are going to be fair to us, indeed these witnesses are not going to respond to any of the material allegations against the deputy governor. And it would be really irrelevant. We can sit and listen to it, but in all honesty, it will not answer, because I have spent time with this bundle, Madam Speaker. I have read this affidavit. They are trying to respond to matters that came up during public participation and not the allegations that were raised against the governor, which are four. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, if counsel for the DG can kindly get a minute to respond to what the honorable senators were addressing before you make your decision.
You give counsel 1 minute to respond to the materiality of the evidence beforehand, and then I'll give a direction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm honored to respond to my senator and my Secretary General, whom I hold in the highest regard. Honorable Speaker, you'll notice that the Deputy Governor has 4 hours within which to present his case. On the relevance or irrelevance of the matter, I believe, with a lot of respect to the honorable senators, that it's possible that there could be positions that have been taken. And for us, the honorable Deputy Governor could wish to have the House understand fully, because this is politics, the nexus of this impeachment motion. And that's why we respectfully, and the Deputy Governor has instructed me to request that especially the witness who's just stood is extremely important to his case. Yes, if you are to look at the charges as read to
Let
the...
him finish. Let him finish, senators.
If,
Finish.
Honorable Deputy, Honorable Madam Speaker, you are to look at the charges. It may not be direct evidence responding to the charges, but it's good that the honorable senators understand the background, the reasons as to why the impeachment motion against the honorable DGT was
Senator
moved.
Gloria, I have given a direction. Can you maintain silence as the council is addressing us?
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you for the protection, Madam Speaker. I was just indicating and telling the House that it's extremely important for the Deputy Governor that evidence relating, because as I said, Honorable Madam Speaker, that this is politics. It's extremely important that, especially the witness on the dock, there are videos that we intend to play that show exactly what has been happening in Kisii County, and that cannot be said to be relevant. And even then, my colleagues for the County Assembly will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness on the contents of his evidence, so that on his evidence, so that there'll be no prejudice whatsoever suffered by either the County Assembly or anyone, save for time. And Honorable Madam Speaker, you will notice that we've already dropped 2 witnesses, and based on the sentiments, because we are all litigation lawyers, we are told to read the mood of the judge or the court. We have heard what the senators have said, and we will consult. But I'll beg that you allow the witness who stood to proceed with his evidence. Thank you very much.
Council, you have listened to the feel in the House, which may not be a misplaced observation, because it is in order for senators who are sitting as arbiters to listen through the evidence, sift that evidence, find its relevance towards the claims that are laid against the Deputy Governor. I would guide you in this manner. Since the evidence has not yet been adduced before this House, I would guide you that the impeachment proceedings are against the Deputy Governor, and the charges are already laid out. You have done very well to drop off 2 witnesses who maybe you were of the opinion that they may not be too material to the charges that have been laid against the Deputy Governor. I'll now guide you. You take the shortest time possible. Whatever evidence you adduce, let it relate to the charges that are before this House as against the Deputy Governor. So if you take less time, we take less minutes in cross-examination. That will be in order, but avoid bringing the question of the governor is not yet going through any impeachment proceedings here. Relate your evidence to the charges that are before the Senate. So I'll allow you to proceed with that witness, but make sure that your evidence is material and relevant to before this House.
With your permission, Madam Speaker, I have been very specifically mentioned by my learned friend, Honorable Sifuna. Could you allow me to just say one thing, even if you had to designate only 1 minute to me?
We have said you proceed on, but make sure the evidence relates to the charges that are before the House.
In that case, then, Madam Speaker, because what I wanted to observe to you is that this same argument was raised as a preliminary issue before the Speaker, and he determined that the evidence can be laid. You will recall that the County Assembly councils had taken objections to the paragraphs we are referring to. And on our part, we were countering it, which formed part of the charges against us. Now, that it has to be only on the full counts, which was an argument we had, then we, of the two witnesses we are calling.
We
I
have
wanted to confirm.
Senator, relevant to the charges before the House. I have allowed you to proceed, but now you are using your time.
Thank you. Note that whatever evidence is being led by counsel, could we raise objection?
No, do not. Let them lay their evidence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Obare,
Council, Honorable Speaker, my name is Obare Thomas.
Confirm that the affidavit referred to, or we are referring the House to, between over Kisii County.
As in my introduction, I said I'm the MCA for Obasi Boitangare, therefore I'm a
County Assembly, and whether you did challenge anything with regard to the proceedings of the House when they.
I confirm that I challenged the propriety of the motion unsuccessfully on grounds including it being out of time.
Thank you, thank you. You are here as part of the witnesses who are giving evidence. Issues arising in Kisii County that you'd wish the House to get to know about?
Honorable Speaker, I confirm that I participated in the debate on the as a result of what is happening in Kisii County.
And you've heard the mood of the House. Let me go straight to the point. There, in your affidavit at paragraph 8, you have sworn and tell the court that the budget that had been passed in the County Assembly was altered.
I confirm.
Did your colleagues and yourself protest the fact that a false budget are you aware whether those are the issues that the DG has been in support of those members of the County Assembly that have been raising such an issue?
I confirm the said issues on the alteration and the mutation of the budgets passed by the Assembly, and it forms part of the complaints.
Thank you. Confirm that the letter that the County Assembly did is the one that is at page 145. I'll be relying entirely on the DG's bundle, the DG's bundle, page 143 to 145. Have you been able to get page
I confirm the letter and I'm signatory.
Budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has there been any response to that letter? Are you aware whether there's any?
Finance, economic planning on the same.
Confirm DG is fully in support with the contents of this letter.
I confirm.
From the controller of budget.
We received a response from the controller. No.
You are aware of correspondence from the controller of budget to the letter that is in from page 142A to H, 145B. Is that the letter?
I confirm that it
is the contents of that letter that is in page 145B.
145B is a response from the controller of budget to the CEC Finance and Economic Planning, asking him.
You are a resident of Kisii. Are you aware of any radicalization governor's take in respect of that particular aspect as contained in
where no one is supposed to question or ask any question from to this house? That this is not only happened to the DG, this has happened to almost all leaders from Kisii County.
Let me refer you to page 155 to 157. Able to tell the House what that is and the relevance to the motion?
I can see.
So basically, in aspect of the violence, the chaos in Kisii County, there have been attempts to
happening in Kisii, but then we have not been able to have those talks.
Thank you. Relates to the attempt to reconcile. Is that correct?
Yes, Council.
Okay. Any videos, especially the ones that you are referring to in paragraph 11B, that you'd wish to show the House? Speaker, I'll request that the videos that there are 5 minutes, but there are a number of them, and 50 seconds. Those are the last ones, Madam Speaker, that we'll play and we'll rest. Okay. I don't know whether I believe you've had an opportunity to see the videos. Did we play? Yes. Okay, Honorable Madam Speaker, if we can kindly have that first video placed. 4 or 3. I don't know where we...
Rais, nataka nikueleze leo.
This is a different clip, but because of time, Honorable Speaker, if you can allow me, refer the witness to paragraph 12 of his affidavit, because we could have played that one. I don't know whether it's possible to go back. What is this about 128 ECD classes built in Kisii?
Honorable Speaker, the President visited Kisii County on 16th of December 2023, and the video that has been played before this House is our governor.
It's not been played. It's going to be played.
Yes.
Yes.
Is our governor explaining that he has built 128 ECD classes, a point that we challenged.
Nataka niseme haya.
It can be played, then we proceed. Just play.
Rais, nataka nikueleze leo. Nilipoingia ofisini, nilipata classrooms za ECD ambazo zilikuwa zimejengwa ni 81 kwa miaka 10. Mwaka mmoja ambao nimekaa ofisini, Mheshimiwa Rais, nimefanya madarasa 128.
Thank you, thank you. Were you present when His Excellency the Governor?
I was present during that function, and I raised a question thereafter, asking for the information on the ECD classes, because I know it was a lie.
Is that information in the letter that you did in page 174 to 176 of the DG's back? Just take a look at page 174 to 176.
And so you have 5 minutes.
That's the
finish.
letter I did, the Chief Officer.
Can I proceed, Madam Speaker? If, and Madam Speaker, they believe the clerk, the assistant to the say the video clips to end clear. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I heard you very clearly, your directions to counsel for there must be material and relevant to the issues before this House. If indeed there is material like the one they are playing there, nothing stops the witness who's an honorable member of the County Assembly from bringing a separate impeachment motion against Simbarati for lying in public. That is not why we are here. So, Madam Speaker, for you to continue to allow irrelevant material to be played is really wasting. It's an abuse of this process because they are abusing the process to achieve nefarious political ends. And this is something that we cannot allow in this House.
Honorable Madam Speaker, just allow me then, because I notice, just a minute, I notice the objections that are being raised. I'll concede and possibly just ask the witness whether in all these videos...
Senator Sifuna has raised a question based on the ruling I had made a few minutes ago. Counsel, I want you to use your skill and competence to sift your evidence and present what is relevant to the charges to make it easy for us to come to the end of this process. Please proceed and keep yourself relevant to the topic.
I'm well guided, Madam Speaker. I'll drop our request to play the other videos and just seek a clarification from the witness on what is contained in all these other videos in brief for purposes of the House.
Thank you. Madam Senator, what is contained in these videos are an explanation as to why we are here. That is why when Senator Sifuna was asking the relevance of these videos, I can confirm that the impeachment motion before us is a political process. It has nothing at all to do with the 4 charges presented against the DG.
Are you trying to tell the House that there are external forces that have held the House in Kisii, the County Assembly in Kisii, captive?
I confirm.
Anything as we finish ahead of time?
Even from the report from public participation, Honorable Speaker, you could clearly see that it was one direction. Therefore, it depicts this kind of assembly that we have in Kisii, an assembly that is held captive, an assembly that is under instructions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not want to take more time than you've been gracious enough to allow us. With that, I'm done with the witness. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination, a few minutes.
We have nothing to cross-examine on.
Thank you. Your final witness. Do you still wish to call your final witness?
Madam Speaker, I don't know whether there is any senator that wishes to seek any clarification from the witness. I'll possibly request for a minute or two with the team and the client so that we can possibly, I'll be able to answer you so that I may need to consult.
Let me reconfirm whether there are senators who would wish to anything. Senator Gloria.
Madam Speaker, it's just a simple clarification. The witness has said that this is a county assembly that is under instructions, alluding that it's under instructions from the governor. I would like to ask the witness whether the deputy governor was also under instructions from the governor to receive to send 100,000 to the managing director of GASCO.
Honorable Speaker, the deputy governor responded to his case.
Yes, thank you. That question clearly would have been responded to by a different person. Senator Kisii.
Madam Speaker, mine is a quick one because generally, if you go through the affidavit, there is nothing that is related with basically the charges before us. But I just wanted to find out from the MCA, because the role of MCAs and ourselves is to oversight the counties. So if, I don't know, if the witness has any evidence, because he has said, if you question the governor on governance, you'll be dealt with. I don't know if he has any evidence, and I know also, as an MCA, they should start the process of impeaching the governor if they have an issue with him. I don't know why he's bringing in the governor in this particular issue, and he's not under
Senator
any arrest.
Kisii, let him respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
He's finished.
I wish to respond. But like writing that letter to COB was part of our oversight role.
In the interest of time, I will request that we move to the final. Councils need a minute to confirm.
We have, Honorable Madam Speaker, I've already consulted. We will be calling one last witness, Honorable Amos Beg-Yonderi, whom my senior Mr. Katwa Kigen will lead in evidence. He'll be here in a minute.
Senator Madago, you have not pressed an intervention button. That's why I am not giving you the space.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to inform Senator Kisii.
He's not on his feet anymore. How will you inform him?
Okay, allow me to ask.
We have already closed on that and moved
Council.
on. Senator Madago, you are a ranking
But
member
I think
of
it is
this
important
House.
for this House to know that when senators ask some of these things, and we have been in the field as the people responsible for devolution, to also give some of the information.
You'll get a chance.
The honorable member of County Assembly was the chair for Health Committee at the County Assembly of Kisii, was de-whipped for accompanying the Health Committee.
Senator Madago, you know the rules and procedure of this House. You'll have a chance with another witness to state those issues, but what you have stated is not official. And so, Council for Deputy Governor, are you ready?
Yes, I'm waiting for the sergeant at arms to usher in the witness.
How long are you going to be?
20 minutes?
Could make it shorter.
I can, yes.
Make it 10 minutes. There is still a whole long procedure before we finalize.
Okay.
Let the witness be sworn in.
I, Amos Mbegi Onderi, do solemnly swear that the evidence that I shall give before the Senate in respect to the matters before the Senate shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Could you do a brief introduction of yourself, your names, and what you do for a living?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Amos Mbegi Onderi, a member of the Kisii County Assembly, serving my second term.
Okay. Now, we've been asked to make your testimony as brief as possible. Honorable Senators, the affidavit is at page 201 of the DG's bundle. If you could be shown that page 201.
Yes, that's my affidavit.
Confirm that the affidavit running from page 201 to 203 is your affidavit?
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
You've had an opportunity to look at it and you adopt it as it is?
Yes, the Honorable Speaker.
Now, I would like to go straight away to paragraph 3 of your affidavit. Could you confirm this is what you say at paragraph 3? I'm one of the MCAs who opposed the motion for lack of adequate evidence and fatal procedural defects.
Absolutely correct, Speaker.
Now, you recall that there were objections at the start of these proceedings and the Honorable Speaker made a ruling.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Part of the questions that had been raised for determination was whether or not the motion was out of time and whether it had particulars to the notice. You recall that?
That is correct, Honorable Speaker.
The ruling was that it is a matter of fact which would be determined after hearing the evidence.
I agree, Honorable Speaker.
Is that an issue that is relevant to these proceedings then?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, to the extent that...
yes, okay.
Yeah.
Now, just let me lead you, if you don't mind. So, when was the motion moved?
The motion was moved on 21st of February 2024.
And when was the notice issued?
The notice is issued on 13th of February 2024.
The notice having been issued on 13th of February 2024, what was the latest period under the standing orders of Kisii County Assembly that these impeachment proceedings should have been concluded?
By 23rd of February, this motion should have been disposed of.
With that then, and considering all the evidence that has been laid, when was the public participation?
Public participation was done on 26th of February 2024.
Was it within the time allowed in the public participation?
It was outside the timelines.
Standing orders?
It was outside the timelines.
By how many days?
By about
3 days.
3 days
okay.
or so.
And when was the debate on the impeachment canvassed and votes cast?
The impeachment motion proceeded for deliberation and disposal of on 29th of February 2024.
Was that within time?
It was outside timelines.
By how many days?
By about 6 days.
And you had the mover of the motion also readily admit, Honorable Siocha, your colleague, readily admit that it was out?
He did admit.
Okay. Now, is this one of the issues you raised?
I have raised that matter on the answer if you dare to look at it.
So, why would you say if we dared? If we looked at it, isn't it?
Yes, if you looked at it, yeah.
So, as it were, when you stand here, you are saying the point you are prosecuting now that it was out of time is an issue you prosecuted at the county?
It is an issue already prosecuted at the county assembly.
Okay, then the next issue is the notice issued on the 13th of February, which you are referring to. Could you confirm that that notice is the one to be found at page 5 of that bundle, page 5?
Yes, this is the notice of motion.
Now, did that notice have particulars, details and particulars as required by Standing Order number 60?
No, it only had the grounds, and if you look at it, those grounds have been referred to us as charges.
So it did not have particulars?
Did not have particulars of the allegation.
Okay. Now, Honorable Siocha said directly to the Senate that it had grounds and details, that it was over and above the notice that is at page 5. Do you recall anything like that?
The truth is, it did not have particulars of the allegation, and it did not have even the signatures supporting the notice.
So if Honorable Siocha said that it had details and particulars,
it would be a lie to the Senate.
It would be a lie, okay. Now, the other issue is whether the motion was moved as required procedurally for impeachment of governor or a deputy.
It had a lot of procedural issues.
And is it an issue you raised?
I have raised it not once, not twice.
Okay, and and it is in the answer, isn't it?
It's captured in the answer.
Okay, I've been given 10 minutes, so we will trust that the honorable senators will look at the answer and where you've made your contributions. Now, what is your point in saying that the motion was not properly moved?
In normal circumstances, and the Senate will agree with me, that the notice of motion should be in the same format and content. If you looked through the notice of motion, you will actually realize the manner in which the notice is even drafted is completely different from the motion itself.
So your position is that the notice that was moved on 13th is different from the filed motion. The notice of 13th is different from the motion that is dated 21st of February, which is at page 6.
Absolutely different.
Okay. Now, apart from that, do you have another contention about the propriety of the moving of this motion for impeachment?
Yes, ordinarily, we needed to have even formed a committee at which the deputy governor would have been heard. That is contemplated in the standing orders, and that report supplied to the deputy governor, but all those ones were ignored.
So no committee was formed to...
No committee was formed to look into the matter of deputy governor.
And did the assembly at any time before they invited the deputy governor on 29th determine what charges he was to... Did they ever sieve or evaluate the allegations made by Honorable Siocha as captured at page 5 and 6 before inviting the Honorable...
Unfortunately, from 13th to 29th, the deputy governor only had a single audience on 29th, when was the last day of the motion.
And before that, the assembly...
There was never an audience to the deputy governor.
Neither the assembly nor the committee had evaluated those...
Yes, you only had one audience.
What of the provisions of Section 15 of County Government Act?
Section 15 of the County Government Act requires on how, outlines on how petitions are presented to the County Assembly in line with the standing orders.
And what standing orders are you referring to?
I will not be very clear, but...
Standing orders, in the answer you said standing orders number 197 and 198, isn't it?
Yes, those ones outlines on how petitions come to the County Assembly.
It remains your position based on the answer that indeed the motion was not properly moved?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now I'd like us to move on then to a different issue, which you've covered in your affidavit. Now, your affidavit paragraph, I would like you to go to paragraph 5. Are you at paragraph 5?
Which page?
Page 201.
Yes.
In paragraph 5, you substantially responded. What could you tell the Honorable Senate what you are responding to in the rest of the body of your affidavit?
In paragraph 5, I'm responding to the report that was tabled to the County Assembly, issued to the clerk and the speaker, and a copy to the deputy governor, which I accessed when the deputy governor did debut his document on allegations that have been brought to the Assembly on a petition, and this is the basis and the premise under which I have sworn the affidavit.
And what was the nature of that presentation to the County Assembly?
It was through a petition.
On what kind of a forum?
A public participation. It originated from public participation. Yeah.
And that public participation set of complaints is the one at page 56 of the Deputy Governor's bundle, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember the name?
The name of yes, Benson Nyaga Kamisario.
And so you have responded to those issues that came through public participation?
It is on that basis that I have sworn affidavit.
Okay. Now, starting with the public participation, did you agree as a committee on the funding of that public participation?
Unfortunately, no. The speaker did indicate that we will move to public participation, But why the call is that he did not even be able to give the details of that public persuasion. Who is going to conduct that public persuasion? It did not come out.
Because of pressure of time, just let me lead you. So was funding provided for?
What I came to realize later, yes, it was done by His Excellency the Governor.
I'm saying from the county assembly, did you agree as a county assembly that we are dedicating so much money from the county assembly funds?
Unfortunately, no.
It was not agreed on. Yes. Did you define the questions that you are going to pose and invite the public participants to canvass?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did you determine who was to preside over that public participation?
No.
And have you seen the report?
I have looked through the report, but the report is not...
The first question I want to ask you, is the report signed?
No, it's not signed, it's not adopted.
Now, there's a reference to videos that came afterwards. Is that issue of videos captured in the public participation, in the body of the public participation report?
No, they are not.
The video is not mentioned?
No,
anyway.
they are not.
Do you know where the videos...
Council, your time is up.
Yes.
Ask the last question.
Could I request for 5 minutes, kindly, Madam Speaker? Kindly.
Just one question, Council.
I have about 3. Could you allow me to just 3 questions?
Proceed.
Oh, thank you very much. Paragraph 8, page 202. Yes. Is it true that in that paragraph you have addressed one of the issues that came from public participation?
Yes, that was accusing the Deputy Governor on an absorption of the budget.
And what is your testimony on behalf of the Deputy Governor on that allegation?
That allegation should not be placed to the Deputy Governor, but rather the Governor himself.
Why?
Governor being under, the County Government Act, being the CEO of the county government, we have, for a long period, we have not been able to absorb the budget as it is revealed by the control of budget reports and are outlined in there. And Deputy Governor has equally been asking on these issues.
The Deputy Governors. And how is that relevant to these proceedings?
For insistence of asking those questions, that is why a case is brought to this House.
So this impeachment is because he's been the conscience of the office of the governor?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there are lectures on the issue of budget absorption, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you confirm those are the ones at page 121 to 142?
Yes, 121 to 122. Reports from the Controller of Budget on County Government Budget Implementation Review reports.
Okay.
And if you
because
look
of
through
time, I'll just ask you, what position has the Kisii County been ranked in terms of absorbing their budget?
In the first 9 months of 2020-2023, Kisii County is last.
Yes.
In the first half year 2023-2024, Kisii County Government is ranked number last, 47 out of 47. In the financial year 2022-2023, which is the full year report, Kisii County is ranked number last on development expenditure as a percentage of total expenditure.
Thank you. The last issue is paragraph 9. At paragraph 9, you are making a serious contention. Paragraph 9 at page 202. What are you saying there?
I'm making a contention that this motion was single-handedly sponsored by the governor himself.
And paragraph A, what are you saying at paragraph A?
I am saying in paragraph A that during the public persuasion, despite the fact that there was no money that was coming from the assembly, the governor himself funded the members of the county assembly, those that are friendly to him, by sending 20,000 Kenya shillings to each one of them, and actually telling them to delete those messages. And he proceeded to send between 40 to 50,000 to all those members of county assembly that were participating in public persuasion using the cell phone number for the Deputy Speaker of Kisii County Assembly.
And lastly, paragraph C.
Paragraph C, I'm also looking into issues of PR to the clergy. Governor, a day to the voting, Governor had done a meeting with the clergy and indicated this motion was going to be dropped. Unfortunately, it wasn't, and I realized it was a public relation exercise.
Thank you. And paragraph D, the last one.
Paragraph D is what was very most interesting.
That should be your last question.
Where, yes.
Council Katwa Kigen.
I'm okay with that as the last one. You'll just allow me to refer him to their next and then I'm done.
Paragraph D, is where members of the county assembly were instructed, all of them that were going to support the impeachment motion, that they should be able to take their photos and forward them to the governor and to the phone of the deputy speaker.
For what purpose?
For purposes of confirming where they have been able to vote.
Confirm loyalty and
the loyalty, and of course, there's been a lot of intimidation in
Kisii
Kisii
County. 158 to 161, isn't it? At page 158 to 161, you've given pictures that were sent to the governor.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Council Kigen. It's time for cross-examination.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the honorable senators was asking whether you have been de-whipped. Have you been de-whipped?
Honorable Speaker, fortunately, yes, I've been de-whipped. I'm a member of the ODM committee, not myself alone, together with other members. I've been de-whipped from all the county assembly committees, but I'm already in court.
Council Kigen, it's time for cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate your accommodation. That's all the questions I had. And Madam Speaker, I want to remind my agitated friend that he had said he's not going to ask any questions to this witness. And unless
Just leave it to him, Council Kigen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Do you wish to take
Only
some time to
two
cross-examine?
questions.
Okay.
You have testified to issues of the budget, yes?
Absolutely.
Do you know the charges before this assembly?
I do know.
Do they relate to the evidence you have given? Is there any issue of the assumption of budget?
They relate to the extent that that is what has triggered the deputy governor to be here.
Is there any question about the absorption of budget?
Of course, there is not.
Thank you.
But it's an agreement.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker?
I'll give you 1 minute.
Yes, that's
Just
okay.
one question.
Could you explain what is the relevance of the question of budget absorption to these impeachment proceedings?
For me, it is a question that the deputy governor has consistently asked, and the governor is not comfortable with those questions, and as a result, I guess, is the reason why you sit before this house. Part of the reasons.
I hand over the witness to the honorable senators. I know you are in a hurry to leave, but just wait. There are a few questions you are being asked.
Senator Beth Siango.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance. Just want to know from the Honorable Member of County Assembly. He is telling us of how the governor has been performing badly. And the case before us here is totally different. My question is, him as an elected member of County Assembly, what has he been doing in his ward where he is to be oversighted by his electorate? 2, if the governor has not been performing, why have you not brought a motion to impeach the governor? Thank you.
Thank you. 2 questions. Whether it's related to the case, as I said, it relates to the extent that the deputy governor has been asking it severally, and the reason as to why probably is also in this house. But secondly, he's also asking a question on what I've been able to do in my own ward. I have raised those serious matters for Kisii County in relation to governance. And by the way, for your information, at some point, the governor, for insistence of raising these issues, has declared that any other MCA raises such issues, he automatically becomes an acting MCA in those respective wards. And that's very unfortunate for this house to hear. I think I've responded to the 2 questions.
Senator Joe Nyoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just have 2 questions for the witness. One, from his affidavit, and I'm referring to paragraph 9, Madam Speaker, where the witness alleges that or testifies that this impeachment motion was sponsored by the governor because, of course, of the nuisance that the deputy governor has been causing him because of insisting on responsible governance. While I agree with him that it is possible for somebody to be malicious, Madam Speaker, but I'm concerned. Has the witness read the charges leveled against the Deputy Governor? And if yes, is he of the view that just because a motion was sponsored by the governor or whoever, that their allegations should not be investigated by this House? Number two, Madam Speaker, the witness has testified that MCAs received money from the governor, 20,000 Kenya shillings each, and they were instructed to delete the messages that showed that money had been received through M-Pesa. So my question is, did the witness receive 20,000 alongside other MCAs? And if he did not receive any money, how then did he establish that money had been sent to other MCAs who had already deleted the messages? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Two questions on whether if it was actually sponsored, then whether then the churches should be able to proceed or something of the sort. As I said, it is very clear, Honorable Speaker, that if it was public participation for the assembly, then there was no role of the executive sponsoring that public participation. It automatically tells you the influence and the interest they have in that very particular motion. And it is to that extent, I say, that the motion belongs to the sponsor, and I've already identified who the sponsor is. And Honorable Speaker, the second question is on whether I did receive also, I was a recipient of the 20,000 Kenya shillings. I want to say I did not, but county assembly do not exist in isolation. Those who receive communicate to us and demonstrate when they have received. And just like anything will happen in this Senate, and the honorable members of this Senate share amongst themselves.
Senator Okongo Mugeni, and the final one will be Senator Wakili Sigei, and then we close down on this session.
Yes, I just wanted to ask the Honorable MCA, what is at page 158? That is the ballots that were used during the impeachment. Who are the officers who preside over the voting during impeachment at the county assembly, and who takes custody of the ballots that are used in the impeachment? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Okongo Mogeni. One, you're asking who are the officers who take charge on the voting. Of course, the officers are the clerk of the county assembly together with the officers of the county assembly. But I will tell you without blinking, Senator Mogeni, that the Kisii County Assembly is in captive, and the instructions are taken as clear as they are provided. And secondly, you're also asking who is the custodian of the ballot papers. Honorable Senator, the ballot papers should be kept within the assembly. But I will tell you, as a matter of fact, I had one of the honorable members yesterday did indicate that they were taking these photos for purposes of future memory. But Honorable Senator, I will challenge your mind. Why future memory? Are they also reminding themselves of the identity cards?
Senator Okongo, very briefly. Can you give Senator Okongo the mic?
Yeah, you have answered my question. I simply wanted you to tell me the officers that
the clerk of the assembly and his
preside
officers.
over the exercise, the clerk.
Yes.
And they're the ones who keep custody of the ballots.
Absolutely.
So the ballots could end in any wrong hands. That's all. So you have clarified. It has got nothing to do with the governor.
Senator Wakili, the final interaction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question, actually, my desire to ask the question was with regards to the prior witness, but noting that the letter I desired to get clarification was signed by the witness who is on the stand right now, I believe you would.
Yes.
This is with regard to the letter appearing at page 143 of the bundle, the letter which you sign to the Comptroller of Budget on alteration of the Kisii County supplementary budget estimates 2023-2024 by the Kisii County Executive. Now, my question is very specific. I unfortunately do not have the benefit of having been involved earlier on in the proceedings, so I do not know. I need your clarification whether there was a direct response to this letter by the CEC Finance, and if so, what was the response? And two, the relationship between what was raised in the letter and the proceedings which are currently before this particular House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, there has been a response to the CEC Finance, and I guess the CEC Finance has also been able, Honorable Speaker, to respond to the control of budget, but I've not gotten a window of what that response is. When I get it, I will be able to look into it. Then secondly, you're also asking on the relevance of this letter to the proceedings of this House. And I have said this letter is also a demonstration of some of the issues we have been raising at the County Assembly. Together, also the DG has been raising those issues. And is this part of the reason why I know the DG is here. And as already indicated, so many members get disciplined when they are able to question the authority in Kisii.
Senator Sifuna, we have closed. Make it very short.
Did I hear the witness saying that there was no response from the control of budget? Is that what you're saying?
I said it has been a response, but I have not looked through the response.
You haven't looked through the response?
The one that has been
from
sent
the control
to
of
the
budget?
control of budget, I have not had a look at it.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So that brings us to the end of the Deputy Governor's case, the defense to the impeachment proceedings. So we are proceeding on to the closing remarks, and I need the councils to indicate the maximum time you can take in the closing remarks is 1 hour. The standing orders provide for a maximum of 1 hour. I would hope that both of you can confer and give us the timing you need for the closing remarks, beginning with the County Assembly Council. Council for the County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, may you kindly refresh my memory? I lost on the question that you are seeking.
It's about the closing remarks. The standing orders provide for up to a maximum of 1 hour. Closing remarks, both on your side and the side of the DG. So I was asking whether you two could confer with Council Katwa Kigen, because the maximum amount of time is 1 hour, whether you could take less time to do your closing remarks.
I will try to take less than 1 hour, but I will not exceed 1 hour, Madam Speaker, kindly. And I'm ready.
Council Giro.
Madam Speaker, did I gather you to hear that I and Mr. Keegan, we have 1 hour to share, or each has 1 hour?
Each 1 hour.
We'll actually take less than that, perhaps even about 30 minutes or 40.
Thank you very much. That's considerate of you. Council Keegan, how much time do you take?
I indicated, Madam Speaker, that I will make an effort of falling short of 1 hour, but I will definitely not exceed 1 hour.
So we can then, I believe you are ready to proceed. Council for the County Assembly.
Madam Speaker, we were seeking indulgence for about 10 minutes so that we can collate our evidence. And then we can perhaps reconvene if you're so pleased.
Okay, 10 minutes it is. Come back ready. We hope you save the 10 minutes in your remarks. So we will suspend the sitting for 15 minutes, and then we come back in exactly 15 minutes to have the closing remarks. Thank you. Honorable Senators, it's now time to adjourn the House for 15 minutes, to suspend for 15 minutes, and we will revert after 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
Ndizi TV.